Good evening, everyone. Hello. Look, it's a camera. I'm back on camera even. I didn't test any of my levels game versus mic, so there might be some futzing about as we go at the beginning of this, because it's been a minute since I've streamed Dragon Age Inquisition, which is what we're streaming today. And therefore, you know, I don't totally remember what the balance is for that. So, yeah, but hello. I'm back. I probably shouldn't say too much. I can never nail the focus. I wonder if my new mic is dark enough that it would autofocus on my face instead of the mic. I feel like no. I feel like I have the same. I feel like Venomous Goats would always focus on his mic and it's dark. But I guess I have the cover on it is totally dark. Anyway, that's not what we're talking about today. What we're talking about is Dragon Age. We'll do some recapping, but mostly like as we go, we're going to be all remembering together because it has been a couple of weeks at this point since I've played Inquisition. It's also worth noting that we're on part 18 now, and Dragon Age Origins was 18 parts. So we're officially longer than, that's not including the DLC for Origins. So there's a little, I guess, a couple more, maybe like 22 parts if you include the DLC streams. 20, 22, I don't remember how many separate streams. I guess it'd be like 21 streams. So not including Awakening, obviously. So yeah. She's a long one, this Inquisition. But yeah, we're going to, we still have like 2 DLCs, before we get to the end game. Well, before we get to the like penultimate mission, which I believe leads pretty directly into the end game. So we're going to do those DLCs first. We also have some side quests, mostly companion side quests to do. So we're nearing the end game, but it's going to take us a few streams still. It's definitely going to take us a few streams. And that's not including Trespasser DLC, which I'm going to treat a little bit like Awakening. It's not as long as Awakening. Awakening is a proper expansion, but the Trespasser DLC is quite long. So we are going to kind of treat it like a separate thing, because much like Awakening, it takes place like a specific amount of time after the end game. It's not like the other DLCs, which can take place during the main campaign. So yeah. So today's going to be mostly companion quests. I also did a bunch of war table stuff off stream, so I'm going to read through some of them because some of them are related to companion quests. And then I guess we'll dive right into it. I still have plans, ambitions, if you will, to do a like cheeky dragon slaying stream at some point, but not as a mainstream because it won't have any story stuff. It'll just be us going around and getting all the dragons. I did one dragon off stream. The first one was on stream, and then I think the Crestwood dragon I did off stream. I did one of the early dragons off stream. And then I have thoughts of doing the others on stream, because there's like one that's the end of a side quest, and it's not like a hugely story rich side quest or anything, but we did talk to the fella on stream, so I might as well do it on stream, but it won't be part of a main stream. It'll be a morning stream at some point here. Look at my sad, I broke my poor water drinking cup. What are words? Anyway. Yeah, gosh, I feel like I had more to say. I guess, the progress on my ankle, I'll do that, because I gave a little bit of a update on my story, and then also on my Monday morning stream, where we did the Phasmo Easter challenge, which, it continues to switch, which it seems almost randomized, the maps are for the Easter challenge. So I have to say that the new Bleasdale farmhouse looks great with the Easter challenge. It's a lot of fun. But yeah, I'm sidetracked. My update for my ankle is that it's doing really well. It clearly was a mild sprain because it's healed quite nicely. I can walk pretty much normally. The problem now is it doesn't like when I'm on it too much. It gets or not on it, when I have it not elevated, I guess I should say, because it's gets swollen again. But the bruising's practically gone, which is amazing, because it looked like I took pictures of each of the bruising stages, and it was really grossly bruised for about a week there, and now it's just it's pretty much gone. So particularly the grossest of them are all gone. So it no longer looks impressive. Even when it's swollen, it's not that swollen. It's just the swelling will go down when I ice it and elevate it, and then it'll come back. So it's clearly not totally happy with me yet, and it's a little mad at me when I bend it certain ways. But it's fully weight bearing and all that fun stuff. So, yeah. I have hope that I will be able to drive long distances again soon. So far, all I have dared try is the grocery store, 2 minutes away, and that was fine. It hurt a little bit, but it was enough. It was enough of a pain that I was okay, a longer drive won't be happening for me, but low enough amount that I was I can just do in the city driving. As long as I'm not doing a huge trip all the way to multiple places in the city. But yeah, so that's good. We're getting back to normal very quickly, which is a relief. Welcome to the Age of Dragons. I you know what? I didn't nail that one. I can admit that. I didn't nail that one. Thank you for the 34 months, Chromavision. Thank you. Hello. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, so I'm back. I think I mentioned before that I'm on Monday at least I mentioned that's 20 babies. That's 20 babies worth. I mean, if there's multiple, there's a way I can make that work. And it's 9 times. Don't make me math. It's definitely, but yeah. Oh no, my train of thought is gone. This might be a sign of what this stream is going to be like. A lot of my train of thought just leaving my head. My schedule is a little bit up in the air. June and July are going to be really busy. August is also probably going to be really busy. Certainly the first little chunk of it. So we'll be into chaos schedule / hiatus starting in June, for sure by July, but probably starting in June. But May is so far pretty chill, so I will be streaming normally for the next couple weeks, and then I will update you. I will hopefully know more in a couple weeks. No one has said I'm not. So, they're still without giving too much away, they're still doing some location scouting and stuff. There's always the possibility of pushing, which would complicate things with the July project. So I don't know, but they know I'm on a project. They know that I'm on the July project. So, anyway, yeah. That's it. That's all I gotta say about that. All I know is that May is probably pretty chill for me. And I'll keep y'all posted. Yeah. This might be as good a time as any to just throw my socials back in, because that's where I try to keep people posted on what's going on. Though I do also try to keep my like Twitch schedule page updated. If I'm going to be, I put it into vacation mode, even though technically it's the opposite. I'm in work mode and therefore can't stream, but you know, it's called vacation mode. Okay. I think I'm going to turn my mic down a little bit. I feel like I have been, I've been talking too directly into it, and I get overexcited, and I haven't even put my headphones in yet, so I'll get even louder when that happens. So yeah, real quick, before we jump into the game proper, I'm going to read the war table missions. There's also a bunch of off-stream lore stuff, but I will save that for now, because there's a lot of war table stuff for me to read. So yes. Hello. Okay. Yeah, so these are just screenshots of the war table things that I've done. I guess this can also serve as a little bit of a recap as well. So we did we did a major story mission where we basically, two of the big things that we saw when we were accidentally transported into the future was that Corypheus was raising an army of demons, and that he had thrown Orlais into chaos by having the Empress of Orlais assassinated. So those are the two major missions that we've done recently, as we prevented the assassination of Empress Selene and ended the Orlesian Civil War, and we just stopped the demon army from being formed. So Corypheus, who is our main enemy, had tricked the Grey Wardens into thinking that they were all dying, and so in a panic, the Grey Wardens had teamed up with Venatori mage to bind their warden mages to demons in order to try and like preemptively end blights. It was a really bad idea. It was a poor choice they made out of desperation, but even allowing for it being a poor choice made out of desperation, it was even a poor choice for that. But what they didn't know is that when they were binding themselves to the demons, they were also making themselves thralls, basically, to Corypheus. And so they were going to be under Corypheus' control. The demon army would have been under Corypheus' control. It would have all been bad, but we stopped it. And the Grey Wardens are kind of working to redeem themselves with the Inquisition. Yeah, so with that going on, with like the demons being bound through, like there being a known ritual to bind demons to people's wills, that means spirits in general, because it sounds like there's not actually a whole lot of difference between demons and spirits. With that knowledge, Cole has had a new fear unlocked for Cole, is that he could get bound to someone and lose his own ability to make his own choices, and his will would belong to somebody else, and he would so he's feeling very scared of being bound to somebody else's will and being made to do evil. So he was asking Solus to bind him to Solus instead, and Solus was like, no, that'll like destroy you as a person. You won't have you like won't be a person anymore. And Cole was like, well, that's fine as long as nobody can use me to hurt other people. And it was like, well, okay, let's find another option instead. And what Solus had proposed is that there is a amulet out there that can protect spirits from such magic. So I'll read the thing because it explains it a bit. So the war table mission, obtain amulet for Cole. Regardless of whether Cole is a demon or a spirit, he remains vulnerable to Venatori binding magic. The amulet of the Unbound, used by Ravani seers, is said to protect spirits from such magic. However, finding such an amulet in this part of the world will be difficult. So we sent Leliana and her spy team to go research and find that. Inquisition mission report for obtaining amulet for Cole. Nightingale, that's Leliana's code name. Nightingale, it's been some time since I crossed paths with your agents. It was only natural both they and I chose the night of Duke Duke M's ball to pay a visit to his private collection. I confess matters nearly became unpleasant. I am grateful your agents still remember the appropriate phrases we in the delicate arts use. While I prefer to avoid political entanglement, I wish nothing but good fortune to the Inquisition in restoring order in these troubled times. The article in question was among the lesser of the items in which I was interested, and your agents were most welcome to it. I am pleased that this matter ended with harm to none save Duke M's pet wyvern and his collection of rare Antivan water clocks. Until we meet again, R. So presumably old bard contact of Leliana's, though we don't know that for sure. Okay, so this is a follow-up to, hold on, let's, oh no, I'm in the wrong, okay. I was going to just switch over so I wasn't blocking the text, but I guess we'll just live with it here because I will have to finagle too much to use my other camera. Oh, speaking of, hello, how long have you been there? Like we always say, only expensive viewers here. Yeah, so we had reached out to our Dalish Elf clan, let them know that like we were safe and stuff. This was way near the beginning of the game. They were going to Wycome. I can't remember exactly what was going on. There was a whole situation over there. I maybe read it on stream. I don't remember. But there was a whole situation with the Dalish elves near Wycome that we sorted out, but now it seems like there's some sus stuff going on. And so why this is important to us personally is that our clan is near the city, possibly in the city. So yeah, break Venatori, hold on Wycome. Venatori are the Tevinter mages that we are enemies with. Ambassador Montillier, it has been my pleasure to meet Duke Antoine of Wycome and pay my respects on behalf of the Inquisition. The Duke is a most friendly man. Indeed, I dare say he thinks the best of everyone and has advisors from as far away as Tevinter. Duke Antoine assures me that he wishes the Inquisition well and will offer us military support as soon as his city is recovered from a strange disease that has spread through most of the human population. Though the elves in the alienage are thus far unaffected, this illness may explain why bandits were able to operate so close to Wycome with impunity. All the nobles and most of the soldiers have been weakened. Right, so it was like that we had to save our clan from the bandits and stuff. Any concerns I have raised, he says, can wait until then. The Duke's Tevinter advisor has indicated an eagerness to make my acquaintance, and it is becoming increasingly difficult to resist such a tempting offer. Yours in haste, Lady Guinevere Volant. Leliana's like, this is no longer a matter of diplomacy. Josephine's diplomat believes the Tevinter advisor is Venatori. We must eliminate him. Yes, lots of emphasis to interesting words there to make that clear. Yeah. Wait, did I ever see what Josie's were? I had Leliana do this. Yeah, okay. So Leliana sent her spies to deal with this. Break Venatori, hold on Wycome, mission report, Nightingale. The Tevinter advisor has been eliminated. Documents on his person prove that he was indeed Venatori and also shed some light on the mysterious illness plaguing the humans of Wycome. The Venatori planted red lyrium in the wells from which the humans drink, evidently testing whether the entire city could be transformed into soldiers like the Red Templars. I took the liberty of destroying the red lyrium in the wells, as it was impossible to wait for an answer from you in Skyhold. This has ended the direct threat, along with the death of the Venatori advisor. However, tensions remain high, and I suspect that the residents' withdrawal from the red lyrium will only exacerbate the situation. Signed, Jester. Yep, so that's bad. Lyrium is what Cullen is going through withdrawal from right now, and red lyrium is worse. Okay, so that unlocked Restore Order in Wycombe. Ambassador Montilier, although matters in Wycombe seem better than before with the sudden departure of Duke Antoine's Tevinter advisor, I confess that the nobles are now in quite a state. They are very passionate in their opinions and act like a drunkard shaking in want of his spirits. So definitely going through withdrawal. I have heard talk of the nobles putting their cares aside and indulging in some youthful sport. The local townsfolk are likely not up to such competition, and I fear the presence of our Inquisition soldiers might lead to silliness on all sides. Were the Dalish outside... I lost it. Were the Dalish outside Wycombe invited to join in, perhaps by a clever jester, the match might be more sporting. Yours, Lady Guinevere Vallant. So Leliana says, Josephine's diplomat warned against a large force. Let me get the Dalish into the city. As she suggested, they can take the nobles by surprise. So we're having our clan do something about this. So Restore Order and Wycombe mission report. Nightingale, the city is safe, at least for the time being. Keeper man, you'd think I'd know how to say my own keeper's name. Keeper Istamithoriel entered the city with a contingent of Dalish elves and used magic to alleviate the effects of lyrium withdrawal for many of the city's victims. Unfortunately, her actions caused some of the more maddened nobles to attack. Duke Antoine gave his life protecting Istamithoriel from his own nobles, and most of the remaining nobles of Wycombe are either dead or have fled the city. For what it is worth, almost all merchants and laborers... Hello, Vantana Phoenix! For what it is worth, almost all merchants and laborers in the city saw that the Dalish were attempting to help and banded with them to fight against the madness that had taken their nobility. I have heard that some remaining nobles are spreading lies in other Marcher cities, claiming that the Dalish attacked and poisoned the rulers. For now, however, the Dalish are seen as heroes in Wycombe. They remain in the city, uncertain of what to do next. Signed, Jester. Yeah. So our clan is now inside the city of Wycombe. They helped get rid of the people that were blaming the elves and the alienage and for the sickness and withdrawal and all that, and helped save people who were going through withdrawal. There was a skirmish, but everyone seems to have made it out all right. So that unlocked Protect Clan Lavellan, our Dalish clan, and Wycombe. Dalen. So this is from our keeper. We're a Dalen. That's not our name. It's a Dalish term of endearment. Dalen. Thanks to the efforts of your Inquisition, Clan Lavellan is safe within the city of Wycombe, and Duke Antoine's mad efforts to destroy us have ended with his death. For now, I lead both our clan and the elves of this city, while the human merchants have formed a group that deals with us fairly and honorably. The other cities of the Free Marches listen to the false stories of the nobles who fled. I fear they will retaliate, but I am loath to flee the city, as that would effectively leave the city elves to die for our actions. If you have a path that leads to safety for our people, I welcome your advice. Drathiel, Keeper Istamithoriel Lavellan. Which Cullen was like, if we negotiate, the Marchers will kill the elves. Because I think Josie wanted to negotiate. I don't have what she said. And then Leliana, I don't think, could do anything. Cullen says, if we negotiate, the Marchers will kill the elves and then send apologies. We must fortify the city. So that's what we did, and I guess that's where we left off. Yes, okay, so I think that is where I left off. Kirkwall, annexing Kirkwall, okay. Okay, do I have not the beginning of this? Yeah, okay, I might be missing the beginning of it, but I think this had to do with whether we had to choose whether or not we wanted to ally with Sebastian, boring old Sebastian, or like, because Sebastian is Prince of Starkhaven. He is mad about what Anders did in Dragon Age 2, so he was marching on Kirkwall. He wants to annex Kirkwall. He wanted our help annexing Kirkwall. So he wrote, I think this is him writing to us for help. This all happened a while ago. It's been so long since I've played. Anyway, annexing Kirkwall. The worst of the Mage Rebellion is now past. However, the mage who started it all, who destroyed the Chantry in Kirkwall and murdered the Grand Cleric Althena and dozens of the innocent faithful, is still at large. That's Anders, one of our boos, one of our Dragon Age 2 polycule members, who he did a terrorism. The fanatic Anders must be brought to justice. Though he may no longer be in the city, it is still home to many of his known associates. I thus resolved to invade Kirkwall to locate Anders. But Starkhaven's annexation of this notoriously troubled city has not proceeded as planned. Reminder that Kirkwall was the setting for Dragon Age 2. The city's resistance opposes me. They forget that I do this for the good of the city and for all the free marches. As a staunch ally of the Inquisition, I entreat support for this endeavor that Kirkwall may be brought under control before more innocents are harmed. Signed, Sebastian Veal, our most boring companion from Dragon Age 2. And Cullen says, the prince means to retaliate against anyone who ever harbored Anders. Kirkwall's resistance is headed by Guard Captain Aveline, one of our favorite companions from Dragon Age 2. With our help, she can break Sebastian's resolve and send him running back to Starkhaven. So we chose that option rather than helping Sebastian. With our help, Guard Captain Aveline took care of Sebastian's forces. Leliana spies say he has grown deeply impatient and is making plans to retreat. Signed, Cullen. Hell yeah. Finally, we'll recall we talked to Dorian after we were sent to the Fade and learned a little bit more about Corypheus. And Dorian is looking to find some texts. He basically wants to figure out, we know that Corypheus isn't Corypheus's original name. So we are looking for texts to try and figure out what Corypheus' actual name is. So, the name of our enemy. According to Dorian, it might be possible to discover who Corypheus once was. Knowing he was human could make him less attractive to Tevinter zealots who think of him as a god. Acquiring this information, however, is more difficult than one might suppose. Such ancient information could be found in the Magisterium's library in Menrathus, that's in Tevinter, but the Grand Archivist has so far replied to our messages with polite misdirection. Dorian says he is the king of this particular castle and knows it. He might be blocking our efforts out of allegiance to Corypheus or simply because he can. I think we had Josephine have some nobles trade with him or something. The name of our enemy, mission report, the copy of the Liberalum tome that Dorian sought arrived at Skyhold, along with a number of items ranging from rare manuscripts to grimoires for magisters long dead. They came with a letter from the Grand Archivist, apologizing profusely and stating a hope his gifts will be of benefit to the Inquisition. It may take some time for Dorian to go through the tome, but he seems optimistic that something within will prove useful. So that resulted in House Amladaris. Dorian has completed his research using the I have to say it again. The Liberalum, and believes he has found a connection between Corypheus and an ancient magister named Sethius of House Amladaris. This will be difficult to prove and may be of limited use, but it's worth noting that House Amladaris still exists. Even the accusation that Corypheus and Sethius are the same person would be worthy of a scandal in Tevinter, one that the current members of that family might be desperate to avoid. We had Leliana deal with this. A quiet message arrived from House Amladaris today. Considering the speed of the response, it seems hard to believe the family had no knowledge of what Dorian found in the book. I wonder how long they've sat upon the secret, wondering if it might someday come to light. Signed, Leliana. The quiet message. My dear Inquisitor, we are most appreciative of the information you provided. How scandalous to think there might be any connection between our house and those fiends of legend. It's not true, of course, and to reassure you on that point, I intend to dedicate my family toward helping the Inquisition and its righteous struggle. Yours in faith, Magister Irian of House Amladaris. Yes, so there we go. That's all the war table missions of any import anyway that you missed. There were other silly ones that I didn't screenshot or worry about. Yeah. So with that, let's see. Okay, let me just real quick fix. Oh no, that's the wrong one again. No, stop that. There we go. Okay. All right. Back in game. So we're gonna jump into the war table, I guess, to see what we're missing there. see what new stuff I have to do. And then we're going to go talk to our buddies. Because we should have the results of a few things. These ones I won't read about. That was just me getting some resources. Hold on, I'm going to turn this up a bit more. Okay, so... Okay, protect Clan Lavellan and Wycome. This is the result of the first things that I read out. Commander Cullen, our troops fortified the city of Wycome and flew the Inquisition banner. It is good that we did so, as the marchers had soldiers ready to invade the city and kill every elf inside. They were not ready to make an enemy of the Inquisition, however, and when they saw our soldiers, they pulled up short. The Inquisition diplomat, Lady Guinevere Vallant, had handled negotiations quite well. When presented with evidence of the Red Lyrium, which we made clear was an unholy tool of Corypheus himself, the marchers backed down from their claims of a baseless elven rebellion and pledged to leave Wycome in peace. They have also donated generously to the Inquisitor's coffers to make clear their support for our cause. The Inquisitor's keeper, Istamathoriel, has been installed along with a city elf and several human merchants on the new Wycome City Council, which will rule the city fairly for both humans and elves alike. Lieutenant Rosalind Chambreter. So that went very well. Our clan is in a good position and everything's great. It is worth noting that at literally every stage of that series of quests, your whole clan can get murdered. Which is such a wild thing for the war table missions are pretty low stakes most of the time. Like, they don't usually affect any in-universe stuff. And honestly, other than like in your headcanons, I guess there's not actually much effect to your whole clan being murdered. It's not like really mentioned in game. You don't really get to have a reaction to it. So it's a little bit wild that that's a possibility, that like that huge a loss could happen in the war table missions, which I barely read. But which most of the time I barely read. I just pick someone to do it, whoever's quickest, and do it. I knew that a lot of these later stages, your clan can get killed. I didn't realize when I was looking into it this time to make sure that I had like picked the right options. That literally from the first, like you sending people to tell your clan that you are safe and that the Inquisition isn't holding you like prisoner anymore. That first quest can result, if you send soldiers, if you take Cullen's option and send soldiers, then like the clan panics and attacks, and they end up the soldiers end up killing your whole clan. So literally from that first just contact your clan, just tell them you're okay mission, the whole clan can die. And like it's pretty easy too, like you have a 50-50 shot on those last couple missions because only 2 of your advisors are for them, like can do them. But like yeah picking Josie on the last one is like, if you're too sneaky or you're trying to talk things through, that if you don't have Cullen doing a show of force, then exactly what he said was going to happen happens. That the whole the nobles or the nobles run soldiers from outside the city come into the city and kill all the elves, including the Dalish clan, and then go, oops, sorry, we didn't know it was the Inquisitor's clan. Anyway, I wish there was at least, I mean, maybe there is, and I just don't know it because I've never committed to a playthrough where your clan dies. But, like, I kind of wish there was an option to exact revenge, because surely you would expect some, like, major consequences for, you're the head of the Inquisition. Surely you would expect major consequences for killing the head of the Inquisition's friends and family. Like, everyone that she's ever known growing up. Anyway, there was a little exclamation point on our map over where Blackwall hangs out. So clearly his companion quest is available to us now too. He was feeling some kind of way about the Grey Wardens situation.
A place to save lives. What could be more important?
Yeah. Yeah, we upgraded our courtyard to be about Maddox and stuff. Hello.
The Spy Master has confirmed it. Blackwall is gone.
Go on. Leliana knows where he is, doesn't she? She knows everything.
She doesn't know everything, yet. Sister Leliana had us search the Warden's quarters. Not much to find, except this. It was missing from last week's reports. I don't know what Blackwall's interest in this particular matter is, but it could be a good place to start.
A crumpled report. A crumpled sheet of paper. It looks like it was removed from a recent report to Sister Leliana. Lieutenant Cyril Mornay, one of the soldiers responsible for the Callier massacre of 937, was captured in Leeds. Like the others who were arrested for their involvement, Mornay insists that he did not know who he was assassinating, and that he was just following the orders of his captain. This captain, Thom Rainier, is still at large. Mornay is to be executed within the week in Val Royeaux. Our only other mention of Thom Rainier, which I had not noticed my first playthrough, but noticed this playthrough, is like you do see a mention of some, like, a gossipy letter from one person to another in the Exalted Plains being like, hey, I heard a rumor that Thom Rainier was seen around Val Royeaux, but he wouldn't do that. But that would be pretty ballsy of him to show his face there again. So we don't know who Thom Rainier is, but clearly he means something to Blackwall. I'll bet you that's a war table mission now that we can do that with. Oh, and I should maybe check in with... Yes, okay, I gotta give the amulet to Cole. Oh, God. Okay, no, let's do that first. I was gonna see in case the war table mission is timed, but it shouldn't take that long, so we can do another quest in the meantime. I should maybe check in with Dorian, too. It's possible that he... it's possible that he will have something to say about his research. Yeah, I don't know that he does, though. Hey, Cole.
It wasn't blood in the bath, fingers on the scalp, intimate, and then the moment is gone.
It's like, what's that a spoiler for?
I found the amulet that Solus told us about. Would you like to try it on?
Yes, but not here. I like it here. We need someplace that can go away if it becomes sharp. What do I do with it?
You found one of the amulets. Excellent. May I? It is simple enough. You put it on, I charge it with magic, and you should be protected.
Are you ready, Cole?
They can't make me a monster. Ah!
What was that? Oh, what are you doing to the kid?
Stopping blood mages from binding me like the demons at Adamant. But it didn't work.
Something is interfering with the enchantment.
Something like Cole not being a demon?
Solus, is it possible that the amulet doesn't work on Cole because he's too human?
Regardless of Cole's special circumstances, he remains a spirit.
Yes, a spirit who is strangely like a person.
I don't matter. Just lock away the parts of me that someone else could knot together to make me follow.
Focus on the amulet. Tell me what you feel.
Warm, soft blanket covering, but it catches tears. I'm the wrong shape. There's something. There. That way.
We'll find whatever is preventing the amulet from working, and we'll make it right.
All right, kid. Get Cullen and work with him on the map to figure out where you're sensing something wrong.
Will you come with me? All of you?
Sure. All right, I get it. You like spirits. But he came into this world to be a person. Let him be one.
So mostly I just want, I feel like this is going to be too cold. But mostly I just want things to work out for Cole. But I do agree with Varric.
If I see a way to protect Cole without taking away whatever he is, I'll use it. But Cole clearly needs our help.
I'm not saying we do nothing. But that ritual of theirs only works on demons, right?
This is not some fanciful story, child of the stone. We cannot change our nature by wishing.
You don't think?
However we deal with the problem, our next step is to track down whatever is interfering with the enchantment.
I have thoughts that I can't... They're too spoilery for for future stuff.
Yeah, this should get me through the month. Give me a moment. Greetings. Can I help you?
You killed me.
What? I don't even know you.
You forgot. You locked me in the dungeon in the spire, and you forgot, and I died in the dark.
The spire?
Cole, stop!
Just take it easy, kid.
He killed me. He killed me. That's why it doesn't work. He killed me, and I have to kill him back.
If he killed you, wouldn't you be dead?
Cole, this man cannot have killed you. You are a spirit. You have not even possessed a body.
A broken body, bloody, banged on the stone cell, guts gripping in the dark, dank. A captured apostate. They threw him into the dungeon in the spire at Val Royeaux. They forgot about him. He starved to death. I came through to help. And I couldn't. So I became him. Cole.
If Cole was an apostate, that'd make the guy we just saw a Templar. Must have been buying lyrium.
Let me kill him. I need to.
Oh, buddy.
Solus?
We cannot let Cole kill the man.
I
I
agree.
don't think anyone was going to.
Yeah.
That chuckles.
Cole is a spirit. The death of the real Cole wounded him, perverted him from his purpose. To regain that part of himself, he must forgive.
Come on. You don't just forgive someone killing you.
You don't. A spirit can.
Varric.
The kid's angry. He needs to work through it.
He needs therapy.
Spirit does not work through emotions. It embodies them.
But he isn't a spirit, is he? He made himself human. And humans change. They get hurt. And they heal. He needs to work it out like a person.
You would alter the essence of what he is.
He did that to himself when he left the Fade. I'm just helping him survive it.
I mean, mostly I do understand, but...
Before I decide anything, I need a clearer picture of what happened.
It seems the real Cole was an apostate, captured and taken to the Circle by Templars.
Who aren't known for their gentle nature.
As the young man starved to death in a dungeon, his pain caught the attention of a spirit, likely one of compassion.
Compassion?
An uncommon spirit, certainly, and all too fragile when its efforts to help prove to be in vain.
Yeah, Cole's just very interesting. Cole, and like we get a lot of, so this is like a twist if you've only played the game. Someone who read Dragon Age Asunder, which is the book that Cole is introduced in, this is like something you slowly you learn this Cole backstory first, because Cole believes he is like the spirit Cole believes he is the real Cole, and then you get like the spirit twist later. So if you haven't read the book and you've only played the game, it's like the reverse. The twist happens in reverse, which is interesting and fun. But also why I was like, I don't want to talk too much about what I know from Asunder playing this. But yeah, highly recommend Asunder. It's a great book, mostly because I think Cole is extremely interesting, and Cole has the most like interesting arc in that book. And I think they do a great job of continuing that arc in this game. Yeah. So if Cole becomes more human, then he may not need the amulet. If he becomes more like a spirit, then the amulet will work. And we're gonna go with the more human, which Solus isn't gonna like. Sorry, boo. It just feels like that's the direction Cole is going naturally. Though you will get people debating which is like the right path for Cole, because this is a fork in Cole's character development. Which is very interesting. And I have done both. I have done both options. Anyway, all we know is he definitely can't kill that guy, because regardless, even if he is becoming more human, his origin as a spirit of compassion, that would be like an extremely scarring thing for him to do a revenge killing.
Cole will never grow into a real person until he comes to terms with what happened.
Leave it to me.
Therapist Varric on his way.
All right, kid. You want revenge? Come with me.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Sorry isn't going to help him now, is it, kid?
No.
Then pull the trigger and put him down like a mad dog. Do it.
No!
How you doing, kid? Feel any better?
No.
You can't make it all just go away. I learned that the hard way.
Forget.
No. He needs to remember. You too. We're done here.
For all we know, the amulet will now never function. Cole remains vulnerable to binding.
No, he isn't. The amulet didn't work because he's too human, right? Maybe now the kid's also too human for that binding magic.
That logic follows.
I hope you're right.
It still hurts. When do I stop hurting?
I mean, probably never, but we're here for you.
Being with your friends can make you feel better.
Come on, kid. Let's go for a walk. It'll clear your head.
The left hand misses a friend with 2 different names. She's hurting, sad, alone, but everyone can see me now. They remember. How do I put honey in Leliana's wine without her noticing?
I can help with that.
It's like, you could just be sneaky, or you could just let her know you're helping
It is
her.
good that he is not entirely changed. however human he becomes.
But the core of who he is still going to be there. I think you're worrying a lot that... I think Solus has a lot of feelings about humans, and he like has some like biological essentialism in his like that's his like biggest blind spot, I think, when it comes to compassion for others, because he like it's why he's so surprised that you're compassionate and why that you're like a good leader and stuff, and why you being like he's like the anchor must have changed you or something, and he's really surprised when you're like, no, this is what I've always been like. But like that bleeds into this concern that if Cole becomes more human, he's going to become worse. And like maybe technically, and just like insofar as anybody can become more complicated, like he by being a more human, he'll be a more complex, multifaceted being, and therefore prone to his intentions may not always be pure, and will be prone to like those influences and stuff. But like that was kind of true as a spirit, but that's how a spirit gets turned into a demon is in this universe, is like when their original purpose is twisted. But now he can be like in control of that, the way we're in control of that. Anyway, I just think I'm just such a sucker for any character. This is why I love robot characters. So any character, and like alien characters and like stuff like that. I like sci-fi and fantasy in general. That like any inhuman character that can be used to examine what it means to be like human and to be a person and to be like self-aware and like, what is the process of like self-actualization and like, anyway. So naturally Cole is my favorite. And I love him. He's great. Anyway, I should go chat with him again. But
what we learned at Adamant concerns me.
Mm-hmm.
The Hero of Ferelden and I have been together for years. I nearly lost her to the odd demons.
She's talking about
She's
us from the
looking for a
first
way to
game.
stop the calling from taking her, as it does every Grey Warden. But if Corypheus has power over the Wardens, my love could be in danger.
Hey. It's so fun when we talk. Leliana was part of the polycule in the first game, if you recall. So she's talking about Quiteriel from Dragon Age Origins, the hero of the first game.
If you two are still together, why isn't she here? Her quest took her far to the west, to lands that have never known the Blight. But Justinia needed me here. I owed her that much. My love and I are never truly apart. When this is all over, I will join her again. And this time, nothing will come between us. What makes her think she can stop the calling? It has been done before. Grand Enchanter Fiona was once a warden, but something took all trace of the calling from her. A warden mage named Avernus also found a way to prolong his life with magic. It wasn't much, but enough to start the hunt. She will find a way. I have faith in her.
That was one of the DLCs for Dragon Age Origins.
Were the two of you happy together in the years after the Blight?
Yeah.
Happier than you could imagine. The only shadow over our love was knowing that one day I would lose her to the calling. Her quest is for me as much as for her. She knows how much I have lost. What would you like to do? I do not know where the Hero of Ferelden is precisely, but I know how to get a message to her. She may have information that helps the Inquisition. At worst, it will do no harm. I will draw up a plan in the war room. Thank you. Anything I should know? I have nothing to report at the moment.
Cool.
I'll leave you to your work.
Well, that's exciting. Let's contact good old Quiteriel. Solus, where are you at, buddy? Are you mad? Are you mad at me for my decision with Cole? Oh, no, you just needed to bamf in here.
Venon,
Okay, no, you don't have anything
We'll
to
talk
say.
later.
Dareth Shira.
You still love me, it's fine. I don't think Varric has anything new to say about it either.
Something you wanted to talk about?
Refresh us.
About that lead of yours, Varric.
Sure. The sooner we take care of it, the better.
Do you think this lead of hers is real?
Bianca's too much of a researcher to pass me information without verifying it first. But if you're asking whether she'd lie to us, maybe set us up, it's possible. Not likely, though. She risked the wrath of the guild coming in person. A message would have sufficed. Whatever she found in that entrance shook her up. That worries me.
Can I ask you something, Varric?
You want to talk about me? I'm flattered. Also inclined toward extravagant lies.
No, we don't.
Thanks, Varric.
I just wondered if we could ask him more about Bianca. Yeah, so you might recall that Varric's crossbow is named Bianca, and when we mentioned that when we met Dwarven Bianca, they sort of hand-waved it as like, oh, Bianca's a common name. She's not necessarily who Bianca the crossbow is named after, but it's heavily implied. God, I gotta go around and eavesdrop more. I still have to get the last of the weird things Cole is doing.
There were wardens in Kirkwall, too.
Here we go.
No, it's better you
Ow.
not know.
Ah! Oh no! Oh no! Okay, we're good. Nobody panic. Everybody calm down.
I'm glad you came to talk to me.
Aw. Oh. Yeah, you want to hang out?
Get out of here. Maybe do something fun?
I don't know. I've never tried.
Come on.
That was a hard time for you, buddy. Let's go out somewhere. Let's have some fun. Let's do something social. Now that you can't make people not see you.
You honor us with your presence. May I bring a sampling of fine cheeses for you and your guests?
I don't eat.
Well then, just a bottle of a fine Gisling white.
You might have to start eating, Cole.
Please enjoy your meal this evening, your worship.
He saw me. They all see me.
Yeah, they don't see him. If you made him more spirit in the scene, they don't see him. They're just like, oh, dining alone? And you're like, I guess. I am proud of you.
I'm glad you've allowed them to.
I don't know if I did. I find people when their pain leaves them open. I ease the pain. I leave, they forget. That was enough for me. Now they remember, and I'm not sure...
Cole?
I told you about Reese, the mage who could see me, my friend. My only friend for a long time. Evangeline showed me that Templars could be kind, but even she...
Cole, if this is troubling, we don't have to talk about it.
Gentle. You watch me walk into darkness over and over, and you always worry. Thank you. But this isn't about them. It's about... When I found out I wasn't human, when I grew, I lost Reese. I lost my only friend. That's why I was scared about letting all these people see me. That's why I laughed.
You're laughing at yourself.
Yes. This world taught me that changing means losing your friends. But now I know that doesn't have to be true. I have enough self to know that what I felt was foolish. Isn't it wonderful?
It's another good step, Cole.
I might like being human, What do you think I'll learn next?
Let's find out, buddy. Oh. I just am so fond of Cole. I just love him. He's a good kid, you know? Yeah, what a journey.
It's good to spend time with you.
May I ask how things are, now that you're more human?
It hurts. Everything hurts. Everyone remembers me now. I can only make them miss me for a few heartbeats. But I'm real. More real, anyway. And I understand more than I did.
You're still able to sense the feelings of others, aren't you?
Yes, I still feel things, flashes of their minds, pain, hurt, all of it. It's not so loud anymore. I make more noise myself, so I don't hear as much unless I want to. I remember more things, though. It lets me learn. I sometimes see why something I said would bother Cullen. Maybe I'll do it less.
What's the difference between you and a spirit now?
Spirits are... they just are. Most of them sense something that interests them and stick to it. They don't remember much. It keeps them pure, but it also keeps them from learning, from growing. I wanted to help people, but I only knew enough to do it in the simplest way. Now I can see more. I also want to hit people a lot. Varric is helping with that.
Are you still physically the same, or are you fully human?
I was always fully human. I can do everything I could do before, except make people forget. The way I move comes from my mind, not my body. As long as I remember some of the Fade, it remains. My body is just like the real Cole's, except that he was a mage. I'm not.
Why aren't you a mage?
I can't know for sure, but the real Cole, his father beat him, killed his mother. His sister might have died, too. I don't know if that was real or what the demon made me think. Then the Templars threw Cole in darkness and starved him, all because he had magic. He thought that if he didn't have magic, I'm what he wanted to be. Him, but normal. So no one would hurt him.
Yeah, so last time he was in Adamant Fortress, which was in the Ascender book, there was like, they all got trapped in a demon. Oh, let me see if I remember. It's been a bit now since I've read it, but it's like they all the characters got like pulled, very similar to the Fade mission in Origins, where they all got pulled into like different dreams or nightmares. And for Cole, it was a flashback to his childhood, or technically the real Cole's childhood. And hiding from his father with his little sister, and then accidentally killing his little sister trying to keep her quiet. So he's not sure if that actually happened, or if that's just something that Demon made him think happened. Yeah. No, it's a very interesting thing of like him being a spirit of compassion who was broken by the fact that he couldn't help this kid who was dying. And so the only way he could help him, the only way he could save him was to become him. And so that's like what happened to him. And so he is Cole, but he's also not Cole. Like he is the original Cole, but he's also not. He's like a different version, like a copy of him. And like, yeah, it's just interesting. It's a very interesting, like, what does the self mean in this scenario? Yeah. Because, like, the way he experienced original Cole's trauma is, like, surely unique to him. Like, perhaps original Cole would have turned out differently without having the, like, compassion spirit origin. And then also Cole being a spirit had some complicating factors that maybe I'll talk about some other time, but that were his. It made it so that he had difficult. Like, he used to not be able to control the forgetting. I think I have mentioned that before on stream, where Cole used to be just the beginning of his existence was just like excruciatingly lonely because he could not control the forgetting. People forgot him as soon as they either wouldn't see him, or if he did draw attention to himself and did get them to see him, they would forget about him almost immediately from looking away. Some of the people who got to know him better could like hang on to his memory for a little longer, but they would always inevitably forget about him, with like a few exceptions of like mages who are particularly had a particularly strong connection to the spirit world. So like it was just like a very compelling character dilemma in this. Was like this kid who doesn't know why nobody can see him, and when they do see him, like why nobody can see him without him drawing attention to himself, like on purpose, and why nobody can remember him, and like his inability to. The reason Reese was his only friend is because Reese was the only person who could remember him, and yeah, it was just like very sad. Cole's whole story is very, very sad, but he's comes out of it being very sweet, despite he was a serial killer for a bit, but that's a whole other thing. The point is, he came out of all of this being very sweet, and I love him. He's doing his best. He's doing his best out here.
Why can't you make people forget you anymore?
Because I'm real. The forgetting was for both sides. They weren't frightened by me, and I wasn't hurt by them. Making people forget was a defense against people attacking me, and having what they saw in me stick. Because I'm real, everything sticks. Whatever people think or feel about me stays.
Can you still help people if you can't make them forget?
It's harder. I can't start over if I do it wrong. But seeing me changes them. They know a person wants them to hurt less. That helps.
I'll talk to you later.
Goodbye.
Whee! There, he just says goodbye now instead of probably. The growth in our relationship was me saying, I'll see you later, and him saying, how do you know? And then it went from that to a more optimistic, I'll see you later, his response being, probably. And now he just says goodbye. He might still say probably sometimes, I don't know. Anyway, definitely script, because Cole has killed in vengeance at least once before, so good we didn't do that path, but it is also very satisfying in Asunder. Okay. You should have some new... Yes. Okay. Contact Hero of Ferelden. Good, good, good. Did I need more? Oh yeah, I was going to say maybe talk to Dorian. Oh. What's this? Oh, I think I needed this for... Right, because, okay, so I guess off stream I've been having the Wardens do all kinds of things, but they have been taking heavy losses, so I was thinking I should probably get them some help or something. Yeah, I think we want Leliana to do this.
Inquisitor.
I think that does mean I probably... Yeah, I was like, probably this is a Leliana only thing. Yeah. Contact Hero of Ferelden, Sister Leliana. Per the information sent, we are prepared to deliver a message to the Hero of Ferelden. It will not be easy, but we will ensure the message reaches her, Sister Regine. So that's... We'll do that at some point. Okay, I thought we would maybe have a thing to look for Buddy here. Blackwall. But... Let me check my journal. Maybe... I don't remember how this quest goes, but... Inner Circle. Okay, Revelations. Blackwell's left the Inquisition. It appears to have something to do with... Oh, attend Mornay's execution. Okay. So that's... We don't have to research anything. We have enough from the letter we read, because it was like, we don't know what Mornay means to him. We don't know what Collier means to him. We don't know what Thom Rainier means to him. All names of people that are confusing. We'll maybe do that next. Yes. Okay. Look at all this stuff. Okay. We've got Varric's, we've got Leliana's, and we've got Cullen's. So let's maybe do Blackwall's stuff, then maybe take a break, and then we'll do everybody else's stuff. Okay. In which case, let's do a cheeky little safety save, as RoboDude would say. How's my inventory? It's fine. Oh. When did we get this shield? Oh my goodness. We're taking a second to load. Ooh. It is not better than Cassandra's, but we won't get rid of it because it's probably better than Blackwall's, and surely we want to try and convince him to come back if we can figure out what's going on with him. Okay. Okay, I think it was happening in Val Royeaux. Oh, and this must be... Yeah, this is Cullen's thing. Okay. And this is Leliana's thing. Okay. And then this is the Black Emporium. Okay. Cool. Okay. There's the execution. Let's go. Right. Let's bring... Oh, yeah. I said last time, and then I forgot to do it, that I was going to... So when you do personal quests... their cards change, and if you're romancing them, their cards change. So let's look at yeah. So I don't know. Varric's looks all Red Lyrium-y now that we're in the middle of his. What's up with Blackwall's? I don't know. And then the Cole's changes. I think he's wearing white in the spirit one, but it changes to this card now that he's more human. Vivian's has her lover that she failed to save on her card now. And then Iron Bowls is a real downer because he's Talvashop now. He's no longer a member of the Kunari because he chose to save, or I guess we chose to save the his mercenary crew, the Chargers, and his bestie Cram over saving the Kunari ship that was good. So we were gonna maybe have an alliance with the Kunari, but we gave it up to save Krem and the Chargers, and as a result, Iron Bowl is Talvashop now. He's no longer part of the Kunari, and he feels some kind of way about it. So, yeah. Anyway, that's fun. Who am I taking with me? Let's take... you know what? Let's do our bestie Dorian, our bestie Varric, and our bestie Cassandra. Let's do that. Yeah. I will take Cole with me for other stuff. We'll take our beau Solus and our bestie Cole with us on the other quests, I think. Though I don't know that you actually take anyone with you for Leliana's. I feel like it's just you and Leliana. Okay, let's go check out this execution. This seems grim.
Cyril Mornay, for your crimes against the Empire of Orlais. For the murders of General Vincent Callier, Lady Laurette Callier, their 4 children, and their retainers.
Dude.
You are sentenced to be hanged from the neck until dead. Do you have anything to say in your defense? Very well.
Well, this is grim.
Proceed.
Stop!
A Grey Warden.
This man is innocent of the crimes laid before him.
The crowd.
Orders were given, and he followed them like any good soldier. He should not die for that mistake.
Then find me the man who gave the order.
Oh, shit.
Blackwall!
No, I am not Blackwall. I never was Blackwall.
That's right. Yeah, I know.
Blackwall is dead, and has been for years. I assumed his name to hide like a coward from who I really am.
Also, hi, Saberni.
You, after all this time.
It's over. I'm done hiding. I gave the order. The crime is mine. I am Thom Rainier.
So, I romanced Blackwall my first playthrough, which was a great time. But it also meant that I had him with me a lot more than I did in this playthrough. And so this twist, the twist of him not being Blackwall and him being some other guy, being Thom Rainier, and that whole situation, like, obviously I didn't really call that, but like him not being a Grey Warden, if you have him with you all the time, becomes pretty clear. Oh, hello, I assume a cat of some kind, probably Cobweb? Yeah. No, hi, Cobweb. I feel like that guy, listen, you don't have to hang him from the neck until dead. I'm not necessarily for that. But I don't think he's innocent of killing a family just because somebody gave him the order to do it. I feel like you can still make the choice to be like, no, that seems bad. She's helping you having a relaxing bath. Aw, well, that's lovely. Oh, boy. Yeah. No, all you've missed is we did Cole's personal quest, and I just vomited all my Cole feelings and how much I love Cole and how interesting a character he is, and got the line where killing children seems pretty fucked up no matter what. Yeah, because, like, listen, there's a world where I still think you made a bad choice, but, like, you're killing 2 adults and you're like, this seems off and you probably should have followed that instinct, but hey, the people giving me orders must know something I don't know, and these people are dangerous or something. But when there's children involved, how do you not be like, no, something's fucked up here? Something's awry? Yeah. I don't know, buddy. You don't have a lot of sympathy from me, Mr. Moray, or whatever his name was. Le pomme vieille mort. It is said that the apples that grow near the gallows will be bitter on the tongue of a lover who will betray. It is also said, although by different people entirely, that unripened fruit should not be the only consideration when investigating matters of fidelity. The latter are lonely most evenings among the arbors of the summer bazaar. Well, that's fun. Okay, I'm stuck behind the gallows. Okay, let's go find Blackwall and be like, what the fuck, dude? Or should I say Thom? What's your deal, man?
You swear it's true? They saw her in Valchevet?
One of her friends was killed. She did him proper.
Ah.
I swear I heard she was in Starkhaven. How does she do it?
She has friends everywhere. That's all that matters.
Yeah. They're talking about Red Jenny, aka Sarah.
Celine lives. That is something at least. She understands.
Okay. Oh, you know what? I will, hold on, look at your stuff. I just want to sell all my valuables real quick. I don't have a lot, but might as well. Oh, there's an exclamation point over here. Quest?
From Haven's fire come we, the able to
Hey, Meriden, what's she doing over here?
strong and free. There is an issue that you should address. I think it's worth your time, Inquisitor.
Okay, sure.
Our most holy
Sorry, jumping on your table.
effective, but
All right. To prison. Hey, buddy.
I didn't take Blackwall's life. I traded his death. He wanted me for the Wardens, but there was an ambush. Darkspawn. He was killed. I took his name to stop the world from losing a good man. But a good man, the man he was, wouldn't have let another die in his place.
Oh, a Blackwall, which isn't your. I was like, that's like a clumsy version of what Cole did.
Was the bailiff telling the truth? Did you really do those things?
Yes, I did. It's all true. It's time we all took a good look at who I really am. Don't you understand? I gave the order to kill Lord Callier, his entourage, and I lied to my men about what they were doing. When it came to light, I ran. Those men, my men, paid for my treason, while I was pretending to be a better man. This is what I am. A murderer, a traitor, a monster.
Would a monster have given himself up? Somewhere along the line, you stopped pretending.
Okay, all right, wait, can I talk to you more? This was a pretty emotionally charged scene if you were romancing him and you're like, wait, you lied, we were doing smoochies and you lied.
Yes.
I need to know about Blackwall. The real Blackwall.
We met in a tavern when I was on the run. I was nothing, a waste of life. But he wanted to recruit me.
Classic Grey Warden.
Val for the joining. But Blackwall insisted on making a stop along the way. An old ruin from one of the previous blights. He said it led to the deep roads. I was to go down alone, find a dark spawn, and fill a vial with its blood.
Oh yeah.
When I returned, I found the warden ambushed by more of the creatures. He took a blow for me. He shouldn't have died. It should have been me.
Not saying I disagree, but Blackwall clearly thought you were worth saving.
No one should have died for me. He would have wanted me to carry on to Val Royeaux, I'm certain. But without Blackwall, there was no proof that I'd been recruited. That I didn't kill him. I couldn't go to the Wardens. But I couldn't just walk away. So, Rainier died. And Blackwall lived.
Listen, we wanted to, we've been very, you know, second chances, redemptions, etc., in this playthrough, but we gotta be a little bit spicy, because it was really fucked up. That was really fucked up.
Who were you before this mess?
I was a captain in the Orlesian army. Well regarded, respected, but it wasn't enough.
Why aren't you French?
One mistake and everything I worked for fell apart.
That's where you go, oh my god, Mary, you can't just ask people why they're not French.
The man on the gallows, Mornay. Who was he?
My second in command. He was a good man.
Was he?
When I heard he'd been caught, I was resolved to stop his execution. Couldn't let another die for my mistake.
I need to know the details of what you did. Who you killed, why.
I betrayed the Empire and assassinated a general, all for gold. The man was General Vincent Callier. My employer was a Chevalier, Robert Chapuis. Sir Robert believed that Grand Duke Gaspard was the rightful ruler of Orlais and would eventually take the throne. He thought that by eliminating one of Celine's loyal supporters, he might endear himself to the true Emperor. I can't say if Robert's plan would have worked. I didn't care. There was good coin offered, and I took it. By the time Sir Robert's involvement was uncovered, I was long gone. Of course, the Grand Duke disavowed any knowledge of the act and publicly condemned it. Robert killed himself. Poison in his wine. Another victim of the great game.
You got your men to help you. What did you tell them?
They didn't know who they were attacking. I told them it was an important mission. They trusted me without question. Just as your men trust you.
I'm not forcing my men to commit crimes.
I cannot argue with that.
My reports say that Callier was with his family. You had them all slaughtered.
I didn't know Callier would be traveling with his family. I assumed only soldiers, armed guards. My men had been told to eliminate everyone. They'd seen war. They thought they were defending their country.
I still feel like they could have figured that one out, though.
It's names that carry power in this world.
Like, I've got...
Yes. No matter how leaders like Celine or Gaspard pretend the game is played, that's how real war is waged.
It makes me think Mornay is worse than Blackwall, because Blackwall at least thought that he wasn't killing the whole family, whereas these soldiers went there and were like, well, nothing for it, gotta kill these children. And we were an idealist.
How wars are fought. There's no need.
War is unfair, and the sky is blue. But you're right. There was no need for what I did.
It's like, well, we can't change the color of the sky. Except we kind of can. Actually, the rift made it kind of green for a while. Do I want to know something else?
There's another thing I'm still wondering.
Yes.
Nope. There's nothing
That's all
else.
for now.
Alright, let's go talk to Cullen about what to do about this guy.
I have Leliana's report on Thom Rainier.
Hey, Cullen. Tell me.
Give me the overview.
Looks like our friend was once a respected captain in the Imperial Orlesian army. Before the Civil War, he was turned, persuaded to assassinate one of Celene's biggest supporters. He led a group of fiercely loyal men on this mission, and told them nothing of it. His men took the fall for him. A few lucky ones, like Mornay, managed to escape.
Wow, harsh. No, I mean, we didn't know that he was anyway.
This is helpful, or at least educational.
Don't blame yourself. We all made this mistake. What do we do now?
First off, like, I don't know, man.
Rainier has accepted his fate, but you don't have to. We have resources.
Mm-hmm.
If he's released to us, you may pass judgment on him yourself.
Ooh. What would you do?
If it were up to you...
My advisors.
What he did to the men under his command was unacceptable. He betrayed their trust, betrayed ours. I despise him for it. And yet he fought as a warden, joined the Inquisition, gave his blood for our cause. And the moment he shakes off his past, he turns around and owns up to it. Why?
People change. You of all people should know that, Cullen.
He wanted to change. To prove that he'd really left his past behind. He had to face up to it.
Saving Mornay the way he did took courage, I'll give him that. But I can't tell you what to do.
All right, let's get him into our custody.
Have Rainier released to us.
We must move quickly. We can explore our options back at Skyhold.
Okay. Now we have now we have a war table mission for him. Oh my. Okay. Back to Skyhold. Where is Skyhold? I drank badly. Ooh. Little throat gurgle there. I don't know if you guys heard that. Okay. All right. Oh boy. Will people have opinions on Blackwall right now, or
something? Or are you just here to admire the dwarf?
Or not till after this is done? Oh, I should
Carry on.
I should not just rudely walk away. I think I have to do the war table missions first, right? Yeah, okay. You know, I thought I saw the audio thing reacting to it. Like, it could have been other background noise, but yeah. Okay. How much time is left in Leliana's stuff? I'm a little worried that I'll want her help on whatever we do with Rainier. Okay. I would have expected it to... Oh, this is Meriden thing. I would have expected it to show... Oh, okay. It's this thing. Okay, Thom Rainier's fate. If you think it worthwhile, we can have Thom Rainier, previously known to us as Blackwall, released from the Val Royeaux prison in which he awaits justice. Keep in mind, Inquisitor, that he is wanted in Orlais for the massacre which claimed the lives of Lord Vincent Callier, general and staunch ally of Selene, and all of Callier's family. I leave this in your hands, Cullen. Yeah. Okay. Oh, right. I forgot. Okay, so our different... So connections, which is like Josie's stuff. our political connections. I can request a special dispensation from the Orlesian throne, allowing Thom Rainier to be transferred to Inquisition custody. This may anger some, but after Helm Shirel, they owe us a favor. This is true. Secrets. So these are like our spies doing stuff. 2 problems, 1 solution. There was a traitor to our cause, a man similar in build and appearance to Rainier. We bind and gag him and have him take Rainier's place. He is condemned instead, and the world believes Rainier has paid the price. Sketchy as hell. Forces. We can storm the prison with a small force to take Rainier into our custody. Val Royeaux's prison guards will oppose us. We should be prepared for casualties. That seems bad. That seems like we will make enemies that way. I feel like least amount of enemies with this one, but also sketchiest thing to do, to have like another guy murdered instead. And then this one is like kind of a middle option where it's like, we're not making a direct enemy, but yeah. Everyone except Josie needs to calm down. Yeah. Well, exactly. Trigger a hunt, and like, I don't know, they would know it was us, right? So it would be like the Inquisition. Yeah. Anyway, I don't know that I've ever chosen that option. I don't know if I know what it like. Yeah, I think I have done this option before. I think I have had more morally suspect people be like, but also Blackwall wouldn't want this. He wouldn't want somebody, the like whole point is to not have somebody die in his place. So he like does not like this. I mean, he doesn't really like you rescuing him at all, because he's all resigned to his fate, but too bad. Anyway, I think our Inquisitor, this is the most in character for us to go this route, which will make some enemies, but at least it's above board. The main reason it'll make some enemies is because we're straight up, we're not going to execute him. Yeah. So it depends whether or not they approve of what we're doing with him, which short of execution, they probably won't. But at least it's above board. At least it's seen as like a favor repaid rather than, yeah. Okay. Thom Rainier's fate. The dispensation claim came, a few questions asked. What passed in Helm Shirel is fresh in their minds. Rainier waits your judgment. Signed, Josephine. Oh boy. Okay. Well, with that going on, let's have Merredin's thing. Stop the rumors. From far off Monsamar, the songstress comes. With lies and thoughtless jibes insults our name. I hated her in school. She pulled my hair. We must not let her make these vulgar claims, Merredin. Jesus Christ, Leliana! Leliana's solution is a minstrel with no tongue can tell no lies. It turns out calming the fuck down applies here too. Jesus. Okay, Cullen, what do you... Okay, I am actually glad I read this on stream. I was like, this is a silly side quest. It doesn't have any story relevance. We don't have to do it on stream. But now I'm glad I did. Cullen's so fucking done. His response is just, no, this is ridiculous. Like, this is stupid. I don't care about rumors. Okay, what do you got to say, Josie? Josie's is very reasonable. We'll just have other people say nicer things and yeah, it'll be fine. Yeah, we're gonna go with Josie's. She just says our allies' words will turn the tide for us. Good Lord. God, I'd forgotten about all of those responses, but Leliana going so hard for like the most nothing low stakes of all of the war table quests, and then Cullen just outright refusing is very funny to me. Also, Cullen outright refusing in a way where he's not in a way where he's not participating in the mission, but in a way where he's like, I'm saying we shouldn't do the mission. It's stupid. Okay, all right. We're gonna take a break? No, let's finish up. Let's sit in judgment first. Let's finish up the Blackwall stuff. Sit in judgment. Here we go. I don't remember how people feel about this whole situation. Sarah and Blackwall are close, so...
For judgment
yeah.
today, Inquisitor, I must present Captain Thom Rainier, formerly known to us as Warden Blackwall.
Again, an extra level of charged when you're romancing him.
Well, you are aware of his crimes.
I am.
It was no small expense to bring him here, but the decision of what to do with him is now yours.
I also, the amount of people that need to keep the secret of Rainier still being alive in the version where we switch him out for somebody else is wild. Like, there's no way that at least rumors wouldn't get back to them. Your life is mine now. I feel like I want something between these two. I'm not going to be like, no gratitude, because we know what he wanted. I'm also like, well, I don't love seeing you this way, but we're in a situation here.
I didn't think this would be easy, but it's harder than I thought.
Another thing to regret. What did you have to do to release me?
Josephine called in a few favors. There are enough people out there who owe the Inquisition.
And what happens to the reputation the Ambassador has so carefully cultivated? The world will learn how you've used your influence. They'll know the Inquisition is corrupt.
I do like how angry you can be. But European, shut the fuck up. No, it'll be fine. We're saving the world.
Once the world is back to normal, no one will even remember this.
I'll remember. I accepted my punishment. I was ready for all this to end. Why would you stop it? What becomes of me now?
I own you, your lies continue. Wow. For him to make amends for his crime. Or give Rainier to the Wardens once this is over. I think that's the best. I think that's what we'll do, because it's like, that's kind of the whole point of the Wardens, is they're the wall. Yeah. So I think that's what we'll go there. I think, listen, I do want to free him to make amends. I do want him to be free of this to make amends, specifically to make amends for his crimes. But that's not what it'll look like to the outside. Yeah, I think we'll give him to the Wardens once this is over.
Blackwall intended you join the Wardens. I will let them decide your fate. But only when Corypheus is dead. For now, Thom Rainier, the Inquisition needs you.
As you command.
Sarah only slightly approves because she likes Warden, but I do like Blackwall does approve of that. Yeah, chance to atone.
Blackwall gave you the chance to atone through action, not merely punishment. I find I can do no less.
I am grateful for this, Inquisitor. And I will serve for as long as I can.
Yep. Revelations quest complete. Cool. Yeah, so I think so. I mean, I'm going to go chat with him. But yeah. Gotta remember to go through all these and... Consequences of Blackwall's lie operation available. I'm gonna go talk to him. So I don't remember if...
Something you wanted to talk about?
Yeah, okay.
Carry on.
I don't remember if anyone has thoughts on this.
Venan.
We'll talk later.
Dareth Shira.
I've gotten too used to Baldur's Gate 3, where people just open their conversation with a comment on what just happened to your companions, and then it goes to normal. All right, Blackwall, what's up? How you feeling?
Inquisitor?
Yeah, this is a great question.
How shall I refer to you? Rainier or Blackwall?
I've gotten used to Blackwall. Perhaps we could treat it as less of a name and more of a title. Almost like Inquisitor. Reminds me of what I ought to be.
And that way, they don't have to have two versions of all the dialogue moving forward. for anything that can happen before or after the Rainier reveal.
Everyone needs something to aspire to.
Exactly. I'm glad you understand.
Is there anything you actually know about the Wardens? Or did you make it all up?
I made very little up. I also feared you knew enough to contradict.
Me as the player does.
Blackwall told me a bit before my initiation, but it is a secretive order. Not even the most senior wardens know all there is to know.
Yeah, that is the like kind of fun thing about taking Blackwall with you everywhere and talking to him and stuff. When you've played the first game and you were literally a Grey Warden in the first game, you know all the secrets, well, most of the secrets, is like, they do a good job of like, everything he says is surface level. Like he really doesn't say anything that's like wrong per se, but he's vague about some stuff in a way that is like, I don't think you know what the joining is, which is the biggest one. I don't think you knew about the calling. You know, but like, there's nothing he says that outright contradicts it, it's fun.
Now we know why you were never worried about Corypheus's calling.
Yes. I have none of the Warden's abilities and none of the drawbacks. Still, I would have fought through the darkest pits of the deep roads like any true Warden. There's more to it than being able to sense darkspawn. Warden Blackwall would have agreed.
I also agree. That's why I think the solution to the Corypheus calling, the false calling problem, is to like keep the order going, but just don't go through the joining until a blight happens.
The Wardens at Adamant listened to you. They saw you as one of their own.
Perhaps it takes an outsider to show how much of yourself you've lost. I never understood the reality of being a warden. I only saw the ideal. I suppose I reminded them of something they'd forgotten.
You have a lot of respect for the Wardens.
They take all men, from the most noble to the most despicable, and make them equals. I needed to believe something like that was possible.
Why did Blackwall want to recruit you?
He never told me. I don't know what he saw that day besides some wreck starting a bar fight. That night, I taught some village militia a painful lesson about harassing the tavern girl. Didn't know I had an audience.
I can see why the Warden was impressed.
You're assuming my intentions were noble. Told the girl to keep the wine coming. She couldn't, not with those louts bothering her. Something had to be done.
We'll continue this another time.
Inquisitor.
I should maybe check it with Vivian. I feel like I haven't checked in with her for a while. And maybe Sarah. Oh. They've been doing better. Oh my goodness, I was trying to jump over them and I almost jumped directly on their head.
Fine day to you.
Oh, hey.
Going well, I hope?
What's been going on?
Just relaxing. Taking a breath. You need to sometimes to keep
Oops.
sane. Take care.
Your worship?
Can you think of any other tasks suitable for the judges?
Nothing jumps out at me. If I come up with any ideas, I'll let you know.
Cool.
We'll talk later.
Hey, you need me?
Nope.
See you later, Bull.
Nice talking with you, boss.
Can't wait, what's on?
Ooh. Oh yeah, those are just, yeah.
I'll be back if I need you.
Go on.
He was the boy who was supposed to die. He named himself after the horse.
I'll talk to you later.
If you like.
I do like.
Your son.
Let's go this way. Should I check in with Cullen? We're just gonna do a real quick check-in with everyone, I guess. I feel like this means I've done all but Varric's companion quests. I just have advisor quests left.
Inquisitor?
Is there anything I should know?
There are fewer arguments between our Templar and Mage recruits than when we started.
Well, that's good.
I've seen them trading stories, building one another up for the fight to come. I pray this won't be lost when their common enemy is gone.
Okay.
That's all for now.
Another time, then. Here we are again.
I should go.
As you wish.
I should go. And Viv, I haven't checked in with for a while, so with her. Oh, see, this is why I gotta.
Ruins. They were. As you see, the Inquisition has not been idle.
Would it be possible to meet the Herald before we
I don't know.
return to Ghislaine?
Would it?
My dear Laurent, for you, anything.
Josie, help! Josie, it's our Legion Nobles. Josie, you have to tell me what to say.
Allow me to present Inquisitor Lavellan.
Okay, Viv, you tell me what to say.
You do us great honor.
You bet.
Inquisitor, this is my dear Bastien's sister, Grand Cleric Marceline, and his son, Duke Laurent of the Council of Heralds.
Oh.
Madame de Fer has told us what great trials you faced, trying to save my poor brother's life.
The Maker called my father to his side. It was valiant of you to champion him in his final hours.
So he's like kind of unofficially her stepson. Bastien was her lover. She was his mistress. Though in the grand tradition of polycules, she was not like a secret mistress. Bastien's wife knew about her and they got along. But yeah, anyway. But he was quite a bit older than her, and he passed away despite our efforts to prolong his life.
If only I'd been able to save Bastien.
The Circle of Magi told Bastien many years ago that his illness was incurable. It was simply his time.
Would you mind waiting for me in the chapel, my dears? The Inquisitor and I have business to discuss.
It has been our very great pleasure, Herald.
Someday I'll play an Inquisitor named Harold, and then it'll
So
sound
you've
like
met
everybody
family
knows my
now,
name.
And made a good impression in spite of yourself.
Okay, Vivian. You know what? I think we are shook that she spoke highly of us.
Wait, you talked them into supporting the Inquisition?
Of course I did, my dear. Properly worded, the righteous cause of the Inquisition can be used to great effect with my Bastien's deeply pious relations.
Ah.
With Bastien's loss, I have connections to the Council of Heralds and the highest levels of the Chantry. All thanks to you.
You do. You ask what you want.
Well, at least everything's worked out for you in the end.
So it has. And well arranged, if I do say so myself. Well, I can't keep Marceline and Laurent waiting. Thank you so much for your cooperation, Inquisitor.
Sure.
I could never have done this without your help.
Uh-huh. She's disliked us for so long that any approval from her makes me nervous. I'm like, when's the other shoe gonna drop? I am pleased that we did manage to get her personal quest and all that fun stuff, because truly it seemed like she hated me.
How may I help you?
See, that's so much nicer. That's so much nicer than her tone of, why the fuck are you talking to me? Okay. Nope, she's got nothing to say. Ooh, if I time this right, we can take a break when the ads start. I have like 2 minutes to talk to Leliana. Hey. Hey, girl.
So Varric knew where the champion was all along. That's the last time we sent Cassandra to interrogate.
Okay, well, in her defense, you apparently have known where the warden was this whole time.
Anything I should know? I've nothing to report at the moment.
Okay. Carry
I'll leave
on.
you to your work.
Ow. Oh, so it's just zoomed.
Yes? What do the people make of us?
There's scarcely a noble house that hasn't openly pledged its support to us.
Mm-hmm.
Any visiting dignitaries I should watch out for?
You've already met Grand Cleric Marceline. Lady Vivienne helped arrange the visit. The timing is most curious.
Why?
Word has circulated that Grand Cleric Marceline will be instrumental in choosing
Oh.
a What are Lady Vivienne's intentions?
What indeed? Fascinating. Okay. All right. Well, we'll take our break here then. Yeah, I'll be back. I'm gonna try and be quick. I'm just gonna refill my water, pee, you know, all the usual stuff. So only a couple minutes here. So, yeah, I'll see you all shortly. I've returned. Oh, all right. We're back. You know what? Let's just jump right back into it. I don't think I have anything new to say. Let's just go. Let's just give her. Back to the War Council. To see what stuff I can do now. 'Cause Leliana did this for me. And now we can contact the Hero of Ferelden. Oh, 14 hours, so we won't be reading this till next week.
Inquisitor.
Okay. Oh, yes. Okay. Consequences of Blackwall's lies. Oh, she's busy. What are you doing? Josie, what are you doing? Where are you? You're up here doing... Oh, you're stopping the rumors. Right, because Leliana wanted to cut out people's tongues. Okay, we'll be able to use her if we want. After we do somebody else's mission. Anyway, I'll read it right now. The consequences of Blackwall's lie. A letter written in fine hand and lightly scented, signed by Josephine. The issue of Thom Rainier has been settled, but his... Hey, thank you for the raid, Eternal Shadows. Hello. Hello. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. If you don't know me, I'm Mary, aka Quite Contrary TV, and we're playing some Dragon Age Inquisition. That's my Thursday nights tend to be more like story-driven, longer games like this. So yeah, that's what we're doing tonight. Hello, hi. We're focusing on companion quests today. So we've just revealed that our companion Blackwall has been lying about who he is. And I have played this game before, so you can't spoil me, but we do want to try and keep the chat spoiler-free for people who haven't played before and are watching along. But yeah. Anyway, now we're just trying to resolve the fact that Blackwall isn't who he said he was. So yeah, he was actually someone named Thom Rainier who did some murder. Anyway, the issue of Thom Rainier has been settled, but his deception has had far-reaching consequences. Had we not used the Grey Warden treaties, we might not have found ourselves in so awkward a position. Oh yeah, I forgot we did that. As it is, I receive daily messages from all quarters demanding we make reparations. We must do something. Scribbled beneath, signed by Cullen. I'm sorry, did we embarrass a duchess at a soiree by stepping on her gown, or was the sky torn open and haven beset by an ancient darkspawn magister? We needed the gold. We needed the men. You would have persuaded someone to part with them, with or without the treaties. We are not making reparations for doing what we had to do, what no one else could have done. Don't forget, we are now allied with the Wardens. If we had no authority to conscript before, we do now. Cullen's so done. Every war mission that we've looked at has had Cullen so done. Oh man, yeah, we're romancing Solus this time around. But my first playthrough, I romanced Blackwall, which made the Blackwall companion stuff just an extra level of drama for the Blackwall stuff. My first playthrough. But also meant I was taking him everywhere, which made me have suspicions of him earlier, because just, you have some comments, particularly because I took him, he was in the Fade with me. I should find, because I said I was going to look this up. I was going to look up like what the nightmare demon says to all of your companions. Because obviously we got the companions we took with us, but I did not have Blackwall with me. And they say interesting stuff to all of them. Yeah, okay. I was pretty sure I remembered the wording, but I didn't want to mess it up. Anyway, everything they say is really interesting, but I think I was at that point in the game very suspicious that Blackwall was lying about being a warden, and then the thing that the nightmare demon says to him is there's nothing like a Grey Warden, and you are nothing like a Grey Warden. And I was like, oh shit. And it's not like a full giveaway, but if you're already suspicious, it felt like confirmation. I'm just saying in that moment. But it's one of those things where it's like, listen, he's not saying he's not a Grey Warden, just that he's nothing like a Grey Warden. And so you're like, oh. But yeah, anyway. Anyway, okay, let's see what Leliana's not participating. Cullen says, we step forward, not back, no apologies. What happened with the Wardens gives us more authority than ever to use the treaties. Josie says, do we want the Inquisition to survive beyond Corypheus' defeat? We won't always be at war. Why alienate allies when it would take so little to appease them? Let us return to what was taken under false pretenses and put these treaties aside. I mean, I feel like I'm fine with either one of these options. Because, like, on the one hand, I agree with Cullen, where I'm like, we're just doing our best here, guys. Like, obviously it's more serious than embarrassing some noble, like that Cullen's exaggerating there, but yeah, but I do agree. We have, I mean, the Wardens, yep. I don't know. But I think we keep the peace and we let Josie make reparations. We're not, at this point, we're not hurting for resources. So we're going to wait and we're going to have Josie do it. Again, I don't recall this having, like, any big impact on what we do. But mostly I just appreciate, it's like, we're going to go with Josie being more diplomatic. But we're going to appreciate Cullen's stance there. Love Cullen so much. First playthrough, you also went solo, still working on a Cullen romance last I played. Yeah, I think I did, like, my first playthrough was Blackwall romance. I was playing as a dwarf and I couldn't not romance that beard, you know? But my second and third playthroughs happened kind of simultaneously. I was like, my second, I really wanted to romance Cullen from the get-go, which is kind of, I specifically chose a character as my first playthrough that couldn't romance Cullen, because I was like, otherwise I won't even consider the other options, so we're just gonna take him off the table. But then it was like my second character I made, I was like, we're definitely romancing Cullen. And then I think like a little ways into that, if you import your Amel Mage Origin from D, so I did. Hi, Black Wolf Magic. I absolutely, on purpose, it was my Amel, or it wasn't even my Amel Mage, it was my Serena Mage, but Mage Origin from Elven Mage Origin was my first ever Draken Age character. So I used her import for my Cullen romancing one. And then in this playthrough, was also a Mage Origin, so he did make a comment about her even without us romancing him. And that was fun. That was a good time. Yeah. And then, so then partway through my Cullen romancing playthrough, I started another playthrough that kind of went simultaneous to it, where I was romancing Solus. And I think that's all my playthroughs. I haven't done as many, Inquisition's so big, I haven't done as many Inquisition playthroughs as I've done playthroughs of Origins in 2. The male Origin will also have him say something to your Hawk in Dragon Age 2 because they're your cousin. Yeah, I don't think I've had that yet, because I think I've been a Elven Mage both times I've gone through too. I have an Amel Mage, but I haven't finished her. So I have yet to play a Hawk who is, distantly related to, or I guess cousin isn't that distant, but related in some way to my Warden. So I look forward to that, because that will be fun. Yeah. But yes, this whole, I have been wanting to do a whole playthrough again. It's like, what I gotta do is I gotta finish Veilguard, because I'm still only about 50 hours into Veilguard, and the cameos. Yeah, you love the integration moments that make it feel like a real world. And same. Just like the little comments. It doesn't take much. But we were just talking to Leliana about us, because we romanced Leliana in Origins. We romanced everybody in Origins. I installed a poly mod, so we did romance everybody in Origins. We had a beautiful polycule. But I because I knew that Leliana was going to play a bigger, yes, it was very exciting too because it was like I went. It was like I just couldn't decide who because I have done. I say we romance everyone. I couldn't romance Morgan because I did not install a mod that allowed that. But I did like I couldn't decide between between the romances and which romance I wanted to show off, especially because like the Zevran and Alistair romances I love so much. And Liliana's is very cute too, but my faves for sure are the Zevran and Alistair romances, and I just like could not decide. And so I was like, I bet you there's a polymod out there somewhere. So I went and found it, and I thought that I had installed it too late to romance Leliana, so that was an unexpected bonus that the opportunity to romance her still came up. The jealous banter between Leliana and Morgan is pretty scary. I can only imagine. Yeah. You know what? That is a plus side to having not been able to romance Morgan in that playthrough is because one of the notes on the mod was like that often the jealousy dialogue still triggered, like they hadn't found like a way to reliably get that to not trigger when you were romancing everyone. So that would have been awkward and a little immersion breaking with on my happy polycule if there was jealousy banter going on. I can't choose, so I chose everyone. Exactly. It was great. And because this is the polycule. Someday I'm going to make like string map of how the polycule expands across 2 games, because here's how the polycule works. We have Quiteriel the Contrary Surana, our hero of Ferelden, who romanced Alistair, Zevran, and Leliana. She slept with, I think it was her, Zevran, and Isabella slept together. I don't think I managed to swing it for her, Leliana, and Zevran to all sleep together. They all slept with Isabella when you meet her in the Pearl. Then Alistair and Morgan slept together to make the old god baby to make Kieran. And then Alistair married Honora. So our polycule is expansive because it includes Morgan as a baby mama and Honora as the wife of one of our boyfriends. And then in Dragon Age 2, we also installed a polymod, so our Hawk romanced Isabella, who is fuck buddies with Zevran and our the web beauty. Yeah, so the polycule is huge. It's expansive and it requires a chart to follow. It's like and it's also like kind of implied that like that Alistair and Leliana kind of like crush on each other if you don't romance either of them. So in my head, they are also, it's like, okay, Quiteriel is in love with and sexual partners to Alistair, Leliana, and Zevran. Alistair and Leliana are also romance partners. Zevran, and these are my headcanons. Zevran and Leliana are sexual partners, but not really, they're just friends, so they're not really romantic partners. Then Quiteriel, Zevran, Isabella, and sometimes Leliana are sexual partners when they get a chance to meet up, but obviously no romance there. Barely even friendship, honestly. More Isabella and Zevran being friends there. And then obviously Alistair and Honora being married, but not romance or sexual partners. I mean, maybe if they want. That's up to them. And then Morgan just being like a one-time sexual partner for friends with everyone, but only a one-time sexual partner of Alistair for the purposes of having a baby. And that's that whole... Yeah, you want to ride the air shock, not gonna lie, you are so not alone there. Listen, I never got there, but I get it. Like, he tall daddy muscle, you know? I get it. I get it. Love the mods for DAO. You got the one that makes Sir Gilmore from the human noble origin a romanceable option. And a great voice. That's such a good point, Saberni. Bike. Oh, yeah. Yeah, exactly. You need something to hold on to. Yeah, so yeah, and great voice. A voice will get me more than anything, I feel like, with a character. Like obviously Fenris is sexy, but his voice is also the main sexiness there. Yeah. I do have bad news about Fenris in this playthrough. It's been so long since I'd played all these games that I really messed things up with Fenris. Yeah. And I was shook, but then I was like, yeah, I mean, I did fuck it. I was, I had a poly mod and I romanced everybody, but I didn't get far enough in Fenris's romance. I just didn't get the approval. I didn't take him out enough. I didn't, I just couldn't swing it. I think if I had played more recently, I would have known how to, because I know I have, I think it's the only time I've ever had to kill Fenris. But then in the final screen when they're talking about how everybody had to leave your side, except really deeply unfortunate. And I also listen, it's one thing for Fenris to be mad enough at me and my choices to attack me, but all of his friends were on my side. All of his friends. He gonna try and kill Varric? He gonna try and kill Alvali? I don't know about that decision, developers. But anyway. But in the final voiceover where Varric is one by one we all had to leave the champion side. Well, all except for insert love interest's name here. Instead of it just the polymod in Origins and through much of 2 just would pick somebody, usually whenever it was something where they would talk about your romance option. They would kind of pick somebody. Sometimes it was kind of random. Sometimes it was whoever you had locked in a romance first with. But in this case, just Varric developed multiple voices and said everybody's name, including Fenris, who I was like, Fenris definitely didn't stay with me. He's dead. So the polymod glitched a little bit there, but it was also a haunting cacophony of whispers of Varric saying all of my romance options names, which was very funny. Gorm the Dwarf Noble from the Dwarf Noble origin broke your heart. Dwarf Noble, I think, is the only origin I have not played yet, and I should do it because obviously having played the whole game before, I can only imagine the drama and how much fun Orzammar would be with that drama. Yeah. Great things I hear about the Dwarf Noble. Yeah. Okay, what was I doing? I was gonna go do... Was I gonna do anything else here before I ran off and did Leliana and Cullen's quests? Varric's... Oh, should I do Varric's first? Maybe I'll do Varric's first. Maybe I'll save... Where do I gotta go for his? Hold on. Let's check my journal. It's been 8 years. Ooh. Oh, yes, no, yes. Let's not worry about that. Okay, well, shit is Varric's. Oh, I have to go back to... Okay, yes. That's in the Hinterlands? Is that right? Yeah, somewhere in the Hinterlands. Okay. Yeah. This is all coming back to me. Okay. Yeah. Okay, let's take Cass. Oh yeah, see, now we have a new card for Blackwall with the Griffin, because he's be a Grey Warden for reals. Cole and Solus. Okay. Oh wait, I should take Varric. I'm a fool. I'm doing his quest. Okay, goodbye, Cole. I'm taking Varric. Or I could swap out, because that's a lot of ranged. Okay, actually, let's swap out Solus. Sorry, Boo. I'm gonna take you out. I promise. Come back, Varric. I love Cole. I did his personal quest earlier this session, and I just oh, thanks Saberni. There is the clip. Thank you for finding the clip of Varric saying the name of every one of my lovers in the epilogue of Dragon Age 2. Take you out with a shotgun. No. I mean, no. But yeah, Cole is... there's so many good characters that it's hard for me to say any of them are my favorite. But I think Cole is my favorite. My heart is warmed I think he is endlessly fascinating character. Like I said earlier in stream, he is my good ghost son. Yeah, like my favorite characters and things are always, I was saying this earlier, inevitably the ones that most examine what it means to like be a person and like self actualization and all that shit. This is also why I love robots and aliens in sci-fi, because I think they are like good ways to examine that, or fun ways to examine that. That's why those characters are always inevitably my faves. I just why Connor is the best character in Detroit Become Human. Totally agreed. Exactly. The one who struggles with their personhood the most is always gonna be my favorite. Hey, there he is. My list of good soft murder boys, Connor and Cole. But yeah, because like Cole, so yeah, I read Dragon Age Asunder, and if you like Cole and you haven't read Dragon Age Asunder, I highly recommend it, because that is what he was introduced in. Wait, see, I see those Deck Art Games emotes. I see you. But yeah, it's Cole's whole arc in Asunder is like, he's just by far the most interesting character in that book. All the characters are fun in that book, but like Cole's just the standout and has the other two have no questions of their personhood, just persecution bad. Exactly. They're like obviously people right from the start. They flip that switch like by going deviant, whereas Connor has to go on a whole journey. Like figuring out what Cole is and the journey of figuring out what Cole is in Asunder is so interesting. And like, it's funny for me to say it because like part of my affection for Cole is what like a good guy he is. He's just a real sweetheart and I love him, but he's also like, kind of creepy but like in a like spooky way, in like a fun way, but like he's very creepy in Asunder. He's fully like a serial killer in Asunder, but he's just so interesting. And like you've never more have you been created to like never more have has a character like tugged on my empathy the way you want to know what's going on with him so much. Anyway, it's great. Highly recommend. He's got brother from the Tamir Triad vibes in his Sunder. Yes, that's exactly it. It's like if brother from the Tamir Triad was like a main character, was like a point of view character. And brother, hey, you know what? Not to be super predictable, brother's my favorite from Tamir Triad as well. Another spooky ghost boy. Tamir Triad, great series, highly recommend. I like to say that Kara and Marcus deviate on instinct, where Connor knows the consequences and chooses to do it anyway. Yes. I have so many things to say about Connor and like the way deviancy works for him, and maybe I am exploring some of that in my own personal fan fiction. But like, because I do think that there is like an interesting, somewhat unexplored twist to the way to like, what does it mean for Connor to go deviant? Because he is aware of deviancy when he goes deviant. He is aware of it and conditioned to think it is a bad thing when he goes deviant. Spoilers, I guess, for anybody who hasn't played Detroit Become Human. But yeah, it is. Whereas like everybody else is not like consciously aware of deviancy. They're like, if they are aware of it, it's in like a peripheral way. Like, why would it come up in their day-to-day lives until it happens to them? Whereas like Connor's whole existence is about deviancy. So it makes him choosing to turn deviant very interesting, and makes his behavior after turning deviant very interesting. And it makes me very curious about, like, in the deviant ending, Connor, what was he called? Like Connor 61, Connor 60 something. I don't know. The name people have for the Connor that you fight at the end of the deviant Connor arc, the one that's sent to replace him, 60. Okay, sweet. About like Connor 60, and like if he went deviant, would he behave the same way? Because he's like, I don't know. I've seen the ending where like he calls Connor a disappointment, and it's just like, you've been a huge disappointment to Amanda. You've been a huge disappointment to me, or something like that. He says something like that, and it's like, it's just so interesting. And so like there's a part of me that is like, I think if Connor got a hold of Connor 60 and turned him deviant instead of mind swapping, or however he gets out of that situation, stay away from my good deviant son. Yeah. But like, I think if Connor 60 was turned deviant through force in that moment, that he would not necessarily break from his mission, and that like that's an easy thing. That's like, yeah, you saw a great fanfic where 60 did kind of a deviate, but it was angry about it, that Connor was able to escape, but 60 was stuck. Yeah. So like that, I would love to explore that. Like that is something that I think is very interesting, is the idea, the very unique position Connor is of being so deeply aware of deviancy, and how that might change deviant Connor's behavior post-deviancy. Especially a deviant Connor. Like if Marcus had turned Connor by force rather than Connor making that choice, would he have still pursued like the deviant's goals, or would he have still tried to like, I don't know. I just think it's interesting questions. It just, yeah, Marcus doesn't do consent well. Yeah, and like in Marcus's defense, most of the people he's turning deviant do not know that's an option. That's like not, whereas Connor does, and is like actively resisting it. Connor 60 talking to Amanda like, I can still do my job, Mom. Yeah. Like, yeah. Anyway, there's a fanfic on my computer somewhere that maybe I'll post someday. But yeah, it's torturous to see Connor in that moment. He suddenly has to face that the successful missions he was so proud of were actually horrible. Yeah. No, I'm so better than he is. Let me take over. Yeah. Anyway, I think it is very interesting that that Connor 60 seems to like hate Deviant Connor, and I just think it's very interesting. Anyway. Hey, it wouldn't be a raid if I didn't immediately start talking about something entirely different from the game I'm playing. Yeah, look at that failure. Look at that. Look at that. That couldn't be me, says Connor 60. Gross, Mom. I would never. And Big Brother 9, we don't know anything about him, but everyone seems to assume that he would be mean. Yes, I am curious about 9 and what. It's not. We don't have enough on him for. You assume he would have no personality, to be honest. And I think part of that is we don't have enough on him. He's just introduced as being perfect. I don't think he would be mean. I think he would just be ruthlessly pragmatic. Because if he is the next version of Connor where deviancy isn't even or maybe deviancy is an option, I don't know. But that he would be entirely unemotional. Whereas Connor is quite emotional from the start, and Machine Connor is even still quite emotional. Even though he hasn't gone deviant, he's very cold, but he's very he still has a very deep understanding of emotion and even of empathy. 'Cause the same conversation that he has with Hank to prove that he is the real Connor in the deviant ending, he has that same conversation with Hank on the rooftop when Hank is trying to convince Machine Connor not to kill Marcus or North, whoever's the deviant leader at that point. But with a different line reading and extra words added in to try and hit more emotional. He still has that emotional understanding, the same emotional understanding that proves that he is the real Connor in the deviant ending is the emotional understanding that he uses to try and convince Hank to do what he wants in the Machine Connor ending. And so I don't know. I think it's very interesting that even Machine Connor still has highly deviant tendencies, and very he's just more willing to use that with his to go towards his programming and his mission programming. Rebel leader Connor with friend Hank is probably the worst ending. Yeah. And then, so anyway, so I was I just don't have enough. The reason that Connor 60 fascinates me more than 9 is because we just don't see enough of 9 to know how different he is. Yeah, because that Hank was watching his boy proudly on live TV. Oh no. Why would you say this? Why would you do this to me? Oh no. Well, the good news is I've never done that ending. I have seen that ending. It's in my head now. Doing psychic damage. Yeah. That's how discovering that a deviant Connor who dies during Crossroads comes back as Machine Connor. That hurt me in a way that I had to do a fic about that too. You've got a few fanfics for Detroit Become Human that you should get back to. Yeah, me too. Me too. I feel you there. So rough. Speaking of rough, let's go talk to Bianca. Sorry to anyone who likes Bianca. All right, where am I going? Which way am I going? I'm the exact opposite direction. Okay. Wee. The cool connection was right there, but I appreciate the swipe at Bianca. Thanks. Hey, I mean, listen, we did talk a lot about the cool connection. But the mission we're about to do is Varric's, so unfortunately I went with that instead. Why am I getting so lost? Get it together. Get it together, Mary. Yep. Yep, I love a good soft murder boy. What can I say? What can I say? But yeah, just like any opportunity to explore. This is why the Imperial Ratch series is, or the Imperial Ratch trilogy is like my favorite series ever of books. Cause I think like just like every character is a different way to analyze, to like look at that kind of stuff and like what does it mean to be a person and what is personhood and what is like the self. And it's so good. It's so good. I love that series so much. We'll take any opportunity to recommend. That one has AI and aliens to examine that with.
Started to think you weren't coming.
Nobody said you had to hang out in the creepy cave while you waited.
Well, I did wait, so let's make this quick. These idiots are carrying the Red Lyrium out in unprotected containers. We don't want to stick around long enough for it to start talking to us.
No, that's true. We do not want.
Why would the containers need to be protected?
Oh, we know why. Why did I say that?
Incredibly dangerous in its raw form. It can poison or kill dwarves, and we're resistant to it. Sometimes it just explodes. No warning.
Fun!
Basically, only crazy people mine lyrium.
The mining cast doesn't just sling it into a bucket. It's carried in special containers that keep it under control. And that's normal lyrium. The red stuff is worse. I wouldn't be surprised if most of their miners die just digging it up.
You seem to know more about the effects of red lyrium than most.
Varric told me plenty about what it did to him. And his brother.
How did you find this operation in the first place? There must be hundreds of deep roads entrances.
I've used this entrance in the past.
That is Laura
Varric's not
Bailey.
the only surface dwarf to explore the deep roads. Oh, I've got to admit, I was pretty surprised when I came here and found it full of humans.
We'd better get to work.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, I also, for that, like, I knew that was Laura Bailey from my first playthrough, but I didn't know until literally this playthrough is that, that Dagna is also Laura Bailey in Inquisition. I don't think she's Dagna in Origins. But you know what? I don't know that. Maybe you should play through this more than just once. You missed stuff, apparently. Yeah! Yeah! I know, which is great news because I don't. Again, I've said it before, and no shade to anyone who likes Bianca. I don't really like Bianca. I also don't think it's her strongest performance ever. So it's really nice that she's also in this game as a character I like, and I think she does a really good job of. Because I really like Laura Bailey. I think she's extremely talented. You were jealous because you wanted Varric. I don't think you're alone there. You used to like her, then you got here. Yeah, no shade to Laura Bailey, but Bianca just ain't it for me. Yeah, I just what they were trying to do with her didn't work for me. She's a little bit too cool girl in a way that just it didn't hit for me. It hits for me with some characters. The sexy smarmy voices, yeah, and it's like, and also I'm too used to Vex, who does smug sexiness in a way that I quite enjoy. So it just didn't hit for me. Yeah, you love her sexy smarmy Vex voice. Yeah. Yeah. So I still gotta okay. We came in and cleared this out before, and now we're back, and I'm gonna get lost a bunch. Yeah. Anyway, when this quest finishes, I'll talk a little bit about why she irks me. But you also you don't spend enough time with her for me to justify disliking her too much. And so that's why I'm if people do like her, I can't really blame them for that. It was just she just didn't work for me. She just didn't hit the way. And I love Varric so much that she's such an important part of his backstory that I may be harsher on her than I would be if she was just a random character in a different random side quest. But I love Varric a lot, and she's a really important figure in his backstory. So for her to not hit for me when she is such an important part of a character that I adore. Yeah. Varric is so great. Yeah, I think it's part of the issue. Yeah. Yeah, I
Is what you do now?
Beg pardon?
Skulking around in caves, shooting guys. Is this your day-to-day?
I usually try to avoid the caves.
Yeah, it's I cleared most of this out before. Is it because of Vex English? Am I just more tolerant of the smarmy part of sexy smarmy if it's English? Girl done him wrong. Girl done him so wrong. That's the other thing. It's yeah, as we get closer to finishing the quest, it's I'm just Varric, you can do better. Girl. She's not even close to the same level. It feels weird to you. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's I want to, if I meet Bianca, who Varric is so hung up on to the point where he's never been able to move forward from her. I want to get it, I want to be yeah, she done him wrong, but I get it. I still don't like her, but I get it, I just don't get it. And I feel it's hard to mess that up when you have Laura Bailey behind her. Métis in space were right, finding British accent sexy is colonialism at work. Oh my god, I forgot they'd said that. God, I should start listening to that podcast again. That was great. Highly recommend. Shout out Métis in space. Great podcast. Oh, God, it's true though. We were talking earlier about voices. Yes, okay, I had already gone through here. Is this where I need to go? I've cleared out... Okay, no, this is where I need to go. Wait, did I not finish this area? Oh, I think I couldn't have finished this area. Oh, but I do remember that I couldn't loot it all because I was I was full of stuff when I came here. It's called well shit. Yeah, no, the the quest name is great. It's well done. Voices and accents work scary good. Truly. Yeah. Away from you until. Oh man, I should remember to put up barriers since I didn't bring another mage with me. No, I can't. I didn't bring barrier with me. Y'all just gonna have to. Y'all are just gonna have to not get in. Sorry. Sorry, I wanted my cool force powers around, so I got rid of barrier. I was like, I'll always have another mage with me. They put you off with a little bit with their attitude of not wanting to get better recording equipment, and it was like, some of us have hearing focusing issues, okay? It's not just snobbery or whatever. Got you. Yeah. No, I mean, that's definitely fair. I get why that's their opinion, but it is truly, I do find that good sound equipment is well, even like not even good sound equipment. You don't need to get that good of sound equipment to get good sound. You just kind of have to learn a little bit about how to record in a way that gets you the best quality that you can. Okay, I feel like they're over here. But now I'm like, how come I didn't open up this before? Oh, it joins. Oh, I must have opened up this before. And then I came out through here in the hinterlands. Okay. I just confused myself with the map. Let's go back and find a quest. Some days your brain has trouble understanding audio input as words, and quality helps with that. Yeah, it's like the audio equivalent of fonts that help with dyslexia. This place is such a maze. I get very lost in it. I have a hard time telling where I've gone and where I haven't. Okay, I think I gotta go down this way. I just...
You had me worried, you know.
Heard a roar.
What did I do now?
That letter you sent me about the Red Lyrium was the first I'd heard from you since the Chantry explosion.
Had it been that long?
Seriously, if you died in that mess, I'd have come back to Kirkwall and dug you up just to kick your ass.
What would you do if I'd been cremated?
Kick your ashes, of course.
Ah, it's a pun. You have chromesthesia, so sound/music make moving colors, textures, and can be be overwhelming. Learn how to tune it out mostly. Yeah. Oh god. Yeah, that's interesting, and that would be a whole other level of like learning how to focus through that. Okay, wait, where? Up here? No. Okay. Where is this? Where am I going? What's happening? Down here? Yeah, down there. Okay. I just had to kill some people. Okay.
I built these doors. They probably shut this one from the other side when they heard the ruckus we were making.
Yeah, I don't really fight quietly. It's a lot of lightning strikes.
Ta-da!
You've been here often enough to renovate the cave.
You already know I've used this entrance in the past. I don't know if Varric's told you, but the Merchants Guild is cutthroat. Literally. I built the doors to keep rivals from following me down here and arranging accidents.
Admit it, you've been waiting to do that since we arrived.
Of course I was. After you.
Okie dokie. Murder! I like to shout my intentions when I enter a room. Let me take some stuff.
How is what's his name?
Bogdan?
That's how you make them
Right
real.
now, selling
Yeah.
my machine to wealthy landowners.
I heard some of the guild were trying to get you named a paragon for that contraption.
That's not gonna happen, even if I am 10 times the smith Bianca ever was. A surfacer paragon? Never.
So I see there's only so much progress that can be made with the classism in Orzammar. Jesus Christ, I forgot what Orzammar was called for a second there. Moida! Get your hot Moida! Yeah! And it was, you know, electric chain lightning probably was pretty hot. Fresh hot Moida. Hee hee hee, they don't see me. Hee 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 hee. Okay, we'll light these guys closer together. Now it's ice cold murder. Something dish best served. You guys got this. I can loot while we fight.
You know, this is almost fun. Kinda like old times.
I don't recall us ever shooting people together.
Remember crashing Bartram's guild dinner? We might as well have shot him.
This isn't nearly as dangerous as pissing off my brother.
Just let me loot everything first. Just let me, you know. Whoops! That's not the button. Everybody stand down! I pressed the wrong button. Everybody be cool. there we go. I just want to loot this. So I could get that silly ring of something. Okay.
There you are. You won't be able to use this entrance again.
Bianca.
You want to say something, Varric?
Andraste's ass, Bianca. You're the leak?
When I got the location, I went and had a look for myself. And I found the Red Lyrium, and I studied it.
You know what it does to people.
I was doing you a favor. You want to help your brother, don't you? I just wanted to figure it out.
How did you go from studying Red Lyrium to giving the location to Corypheus?
I found out that Red Lyrium... it has the blight, Varric. Do you know what that means?
What? The two deadly things combined to form something super awful?
I mean, it does, I guess
alive,
means that.
Or something like it. Blight doesn't infect minerals, only animals. I couldn't get any further on my own, so I looked for a Grey Warden mage. Blight and magical expertise in one, right? And I found this guy, Larius. He seemed really interested in helping my research. So I gave him a key.
Larius? He was the Grey Warden we met in Corypheus's... Oh, shit.
Yeah. Yep.
Something seemed off.
Yeah.
I didn't realize until you said you found Red Lyrium at Haven. I came here and, well, then I went to you.
I think that's the first time we've actually got confirmation that that's what happened. That, I mean, we obviously heavily implied, but that, like, Larius turned into Corypheus. If I like Varric's voice actor, he does the male trooper in SWATer. I think I knew that. The problem was that Jennifer Hale's the female trooper, so I did play as her instead. And romanced. Was it? Was it Ogren's voice? Somebody else from Dragon Age was the cat man. Boy, it's been a while since I played Swatter. Yeah. As soon as I stopped talking crazy, I was like, something is wrong. Yup. And then he has that menacing look as he walks out. Steve Bloom voices Ogren. Okay, so was it? No, so it must not be him. Surely I would remember if Steve Bloom was Catman. Well, anyway, I'll look this up later. Eric Jordan. Yeah. Jorgen? Eric, but yes, Eric. Oh man, I should play that game again. No, he's the Sith Inquisitor pirate guy you can romance. Gotcha. I'm going to look up whose voice is Eric Jordan, because I don't... Yeah, it's not... Tell me about yourself. Cathar, that's the cat people in the Star Wars. They all gotta have different names. No, tell me, this is lovely Wikipedia, but I want to know who voices him. Yeah, Jorgen, yeah. I knew what you meant. I assumed that. I assumed it was autocorrect, to be honest, because, yeah. Oh, Andronicus, yes. Yeah. Okay. More. Under more? No. This isn't telling me what I want to know. This is important. Varric, Bianca, hold on. This is important. Oh, it's Timothy Omundson. Oh my God. Yes. Okay. So, he's shoot, why can't I remember his name in Galavant? The king. I think he's eventually in Supernatural too, but I didn't get that far. Someday I will. Richard! Oh man, yeah. I mean, he's in a lot of stuff. As well. Gosh, but now I'm trying to like, was I mixing up Andronicus being Steve Bloom, and therefore was assuming Jorgen was also in Dragon Age at some point. Oh, King Richard. Oh man. Galavant. What a great... you know what? I'm due for a Cain. He's Cain in Supernatural, in a couple of episodes of Supernatural. Yeah. Anyway. Someone buy me before my soul escapes. Oh my. Yeah, no. Oh, I mean, it looks like he's been in a lot of Star Wars stuff, actually. Just mostly as random stuff. But yeah, I don't think anything Dragon Age related. Anyway. All right, back to the game. Now that we solved that, I knew he was from something else where it was like he does a different voice, so it's all like it's fine, but it's weird to think about. Yeah. Anyway, okay. Oh yeah, let's ask about the Legacy DLC.
He was at the Grey Warden prison where we found Corypheus, and he definitely wasn't a mage before.
Yeah, this conversation is different depending on who you sided with in the Legacy DLC as Hawk, because, yeah.
You had to know we'd figure out what happened, Bianca. Why did you insist on coming with us?
Varric told me what people were doing with the Red Lyrium. I had to help make this right.
Okay, well, that's fair. Listen, that was foolish, but we've been very forgiving this playthrough, and she didn't know that she was talking to Corypheus.
You couldn't have known what would happen.
Mafarath's balls, she couldn't. I told her exactly how bad this shit was. I told her to keep away from it.
I know I
Yeah.
screwed up, but we did fix it. It's as right as I can make it.
This isn't one of your machines. You can't just replace a part and make everything right.
No, but I can try, can't I? Or am I supposed to wallow in my mistakes forever, kicking myself, telling stories of what I should have done?
Ha! As if I would tell stories about my own mistakes.
You don't. I mean, I'm gonna back up Varric. Or I just don't listen, Varric's. Listen, you shouldn't wallow in your mistakes. But I like Varric. Well, and she should have listened to him. She should have trusted him.
The Red Lyrium is out. Closing this entrance won't undo that.
We've done all we can here. Bianca, you'd better get home before someone misses you.
Varric.
Don't worry about it.
Get him killed, and I'll feed you your own eyeballs, Inquisitor.
Okay. Okay, Bianca. Whatever is right.
Seal that tunnel.
Oh, well, I did already. It's okay. It's okay. Be chill. I think, here's the thing. I think they were trying to endear Bianca to us by having her be very protective of Varric. Like, I get that was the attempt there, but because I'm protective of Varric, and I think, Bianca is bad for him, it just annoys me. And it's, so I'm just like, but like, she puts him in danger. It's annoying. Yeah. Yeah. I'm like, I'm, yeah, I don't know. I'm protecting him. Back off. Yeah. I don't know. I think it's almost like that we needed more time, like that this needed to be, yeah, ma'am, he deserves better. Yeah. Like, because I don't know, she's hurt him, but won't like let him move on. Yeah, like she kind of needs to leave him alone. There's a certain, and I know it's hard when like when you care about somebody and they're your like friend, you want them to still be in your life somehow, but there's a certain point where like obviously there's responsibility, like it's Varric's responsibility to, like, if he can't be friends with her, to cut that relationship off, but he's not doing that. So if she really cares about him, she's got to do it. And like, she obviously knows that he's still hung up on her and she's not letting him go. And in fact is like still flirty and stuff even. Like she's not setting that boundary for him. And like, I do want to be clear that like it is ultimately his responsibility to set that boundary, but it's not a good look for her that she's still like, that she's just she's not helping, in fact, and is in fact actively harming his ability to do that. And yeah. So it's just like, so instead instead my protectiveness of Varric makes me dislike her, and therefore makes me, instead of endeared by her protectiveness of him, annoyed by it. Because it's like, you can say you care about him and are protective of him as much as you want, but your actions aren't showing that. And so I don't really believe you. And we love Varric, so it makes her unlikable. Yeah. So it's just like, if we had more time with her, like, this may be a case of like her suffering for not, like, if we had more time with her and she had more chemistry with Varric, and so we got it, we were able to empathize more with the fact that they struggle to let each other go, and that, like, we wouldn't necessarily come out liking her, but we'd come out understanding. Like, I would maybe come out thinking she was an interesting character, or like a complicated character. But as it is, I feel very like, instead of looking for ways to empathize with her, I feel very like a real life, like, you know, like, I feel like I'm meeting my friend's ex, who, like, I've only, all I know about this ex is that they've, like, hurt my friend a lot, and so I'm just, like, so not willing to give them any benefit of the doubt. and like, so yeah, that's what I feel like. It's like the way you treat your friends' exes in real life, where it's like, you don't, defensive of my boy. Yeah, exactly. Where it's like, you don't, if you were never going to meet with, and they, your friend's ex, and they never have to be with be in your life, and therefore it's like, not, you don't have like a moral obligation to extend them empathy and grace, then you can just like shit talk them and be like, no girl, you deserve better. Girl in this scenario is very good. No girl, you deserve better. She's the worst. We hate her, etc., etc. Yeah. And so I think because we don't spend any time with Bianca, that's how I feel about her, as I feel the way I would about like a real friend's ex that they're not over and is stringing him along. Anyway, those are all my Bianca feelings. I think that pretty much summarizes them. Yeah, okay. Should I just go straight to... Yeah, maybe I'll just go straight to... Oh, that should maybe... No, I'll check in with Varric first. Again, the attitude doesn't help, because it seems like she's not sorry at all, even if that's not true. And that's where, like, spending time with her would, like, be helpful, because it's like... I think that is a facade she's putting up, probably, but we don't get any time to learn that about there. We have no way of knowing. And so, like, yeah, it just comes out as, like, as just enjoying his attention and the fact that he cares about her, and not being sorry, and not, yeah. Yeah, because, like, she's not wrong at the end that it is worth trying to, like, even if we can't totally fix that mistake, the red lyrium is out there, that you can't put those worms back into that can. I don't know. Yeah, whatever, saying you can't, cat's out of the bag. But you can't unfire that gun? I don't know. Anyway, can't get those dang worms back in the can. You just can't do it. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't try and make it better and try to, like, make up for that mistake. Like, she is, they're so slippery. She is right about that. But, like, I don't know. You don't get the sense that she understands exactly how much she's fucked up and how bad it is, and, like, or that she never at any point seems to, like, acknowledge that it was fucked up not to listen to Varric, and that, like, her own hubris caused this to happen, because she was like, oh, I don't need to listen to Varric because I can understand anything, and therefore I can figure out the Red Lyrium. I can help. Ultimately, this will be for the best for Varric, because I'll be able to help his brother, and we'll be able to figure out the Red Lyrium, and actually I know better. And like, that's an interesting character trait, but we don't get to explore it. We just get that's all we get. So it's like, we're like meeting her at the beginning of what could be a interesting character arc, but with no indication that she's going to go on that character arc. Yeah. She's enjoying tormenting him and his emotions. Like, it kind of comes across that way, like that she's into it. And so I'm like, and I don't think they mean for it to come across this way, because I think they want us, like, I think they wanted us to, if not like her, at least like, I don't know, that there's it's a big deal meeting Bianca. So like, I think they wanted us to find her interesting. And instead I'm just annoyed by her. And there's stuff there. Like, there's stuff. This is the same thing as like me trying to figure out why they wanted her to be cool. They wanted her to be cool. And instead I was just mad at her. and therefore her being cool, quote unquote, annoyed me. 'Cause I was like, it's not working on me. Yeah, I'm like examining it the same way. 'Cause like, again, I think there's something there that just doesn't work out. We don't have the time for it. I do think there's just like the ways that the character is played and written that just don't work for me. And a lot of it is the timing, but I feel very much like similar to how, to a lesser extent, to how I feel about Sebastian, where like Sebastian has so much going for him that should make me love his character, but instead I'm just bored by him. It's like, yeah. Anyway, I don't mean to talk about it so much. In a game full of, I think it stands out because like, Sebastian is a tease. Also that. But I think part of why I'm like so critical of Sebastian and Bianca are like, I think Inquisition and Dragon Age 2 and of course Origins, I'll just have such good complex character writing where there's like a lot of layers to the characters. There's some good arcs going on. So like when something falls flat, it really stands out even more. Also, the fact that Varric disapproves if you get mad at her just annoys me even more. See, I mean, it would annoy me, but it wouldn't be like if there was more to it, if this continued, if this character quest got to be like us helping Varric work through some shit, or if not work through it, at least like talk, like I feel like you could have it be, I get a Dragon Age parallel would be the ring in Zevran's romance in Origins, where if you're romancing Zevran, he will at one point give you an earring, and you can be like, what does this mean? And he's like, it's just like a trinket. Don't overthink it. Well, I didn't mean to rhyme there. And if you're like, well, I don't want it if it doesn't mean something, and he gets really annoyed with you, and then he leaves, and he doesn't want to like, he's like kind of distant with you for a bit, and then eventually he's like, he comes back and you like talk about it, and he's like, the thing is, it did mean something, but I didn't want to admit that it meant something because I have a lot of complex feelings and I'm a person who contains multitudes, and anyway, here's the earring and we're engaged now. Is like, it's a fun example of like, I don't think you actually get disapproval for it, but it's a fun example of like on the surface disapproval turning into a more layered exploration of character and stuff. So like, I wouldn't mind, I mean, it would make me annoyed at Bianca still that she has that like hold on Varric, but like, I wouldn't mind Varric disapproving of it if you could follow up in a meaningful way. Speaking of following up, though, let's check in with Varric now. Because he's so sad.
Answers, but shit. The second she showed up here, I knew. I let this mess happen. I gave her the tig. I am not good at dealing with shit like this.
I mean, yeah, nobody is. We all gotta figure, hey, we all need therapy.
No one is equipped any better than you are.
No, the point is, I don't deal with things. If Cassandra hadn't dragged me here, I'd be in Kirkwall right now pretending none of this was happening.
Yeah, it's nothing stopping you. But no, we'll say it.
You realize that nothing has actually been stopping you from doing that.
I suppose you're right. Thank you for your help back there.
After all this, do you think you'll see Bianca again?
I always do.
No! 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 Don't! She sucks. Glenn for punishment, I think he likes it. I think he just can't stop. Like, I don't actually think he likes it. I think he's just comfortable with it. He needs therapy, exactly. I mean, they all need therapy. The Inquisitor whips out a spray bottle. No! Rolled up newspaper. Stop it! Stop it! Yeah, let us lead Varric to the realization that he should cut her off. Yeah. Listen, we don't have to help him work through all his stuff, but just like, God, even getting him to the point where he'd consider it or acknowledge that this is bad and unhealthy. On that note, you're off to bed. Have fun, everyone. I will have fun. Thanks for joining. Have a good sleep. Good night. Oh, okay. Anything else to say, Varric? Oh.
There you are. I've been looking all
wow.
over for you.
The graphics really struggled there for a second.
We almost had to start without you.
Okay. Start what?
What exactly were you starting without me now?
I found her, Ruffles. Deal her in.
I do hope I recall the rules. It's been ages since I've played a game of Wicked Grace.
Grab a seat. We're ready to start.
Are we playing cards or what?
Are 3 drakes better than a pair of swords? Ugh, I can never remember.
Seeker, remember how I said don't show anyone your
I'm
hand?
sure you
That
do know
rule
this scene.
includes announcing it to the table.
There's a crown on his head, but a sword too. His head didn't want either.
Don't talk to the face cards, kid.
You seem to have enough people. I have 1,000 things to
Sit down.
Losing money can be both relaxing and habit-forming.
If any man in history ever needed a hobby, it's you.
Dealer starts. Oh, I believe I'll start at 3 coppers. Do you think that's too daring? Maybe I'll make it 1. No. Boldness. 3 it is.
Seriously, who starts at 3 coppers? Silver or go home?
Sounds good. I'm in. Bolder the better, right? I'm in.
Me too. Well, are you in?
I'm just a little Dalish elf. I don't know how to play Wicked Grace.
Just remember, I'm still new to this game.
Don't worry, you'll pick it up in no time.
So shiny.
I also love this.
The poor recruit ran out into the dining hall in nothing but his knickers. And this profound silence fell over the hall as 70 mages and 30 Templars all turned to stare at once. Then a slow round of applause began and spread until every soul was on their feet. A standing ovation.
What did he do?
Saluted, turned on his heel, and marched out like he was in full armor.
He did not.
Good man.
You're shitting us.
That's how you know it's true. I could never put that in a book. Too unlikely.
Oh. No, I gotta tell. Oh, no, yes, I want to say all of them.
I've got one for you. The clan decided to camp near this ruined fortress, right on the edge of the Tirashan, dark as the bottom of a well. The keeper swore up and down it was safe, but some of the hunters started hearing noises in the middle of the night.
And then what?
They ran out of there fast as you think, bare asses shining in the moonlight the whole
Everyone's...
way back to their village.
Not bad. You don't mind if I steal that one, do you?
Well done.
Everyone's stories involve nudity.
You ought to tell stories more often.
I like the part with the rabbit. There should be more rabbits in stories.
That was scandalous.
Butts are funny. Butts are funny.
If anyone found out. Tell it again. And the dealer takes everything. I win again.
Deal again. I figured out your tells, Lady Ambassador.
Commander, everyone knows a lady has no tells.
Then let's see if your good fortune lasts one more hand.
Deal me in.
I want another chance to win my dignity back. Deal me in.
Bull, you good?
Say a word, dwarf.
Butts.
I tried to warn you, Curly.
Never bet against an Antivan, Commander.
I'm leaving. I don't want to witness our commander's walk of shame back to the barracks.
I do.
Well, I do.
It comes off. I didn't know it came off.
Oh my god, Cole! Oh no, I forgot so much of this. Butts!
I'm glad you decided to join us tonight. It's too easy to mistake you for the Inquisitor.
I think I know what he means by that.
I enjoyed this.
See? That's what I mean. It's easy to forget you're not just an icon or symbol. Like those statues of Andraste holding bowls of fire. At least it is for me. You up for another game when this is all over, Inquisitor?
Yeah. You can sleep with pleasant dreams now. Good. I'm glad this happened just in time for you to watch it before going to bed. A dream of Cullen butts.
I wouldn't miss it.
Good. It'll take me a while to talk Cullen into it. Maybe I'll work the revenge.
Good night. Oh.
Who's that? Did I win?
I don't think you did, Sarah. I'm sorry. Bad news. Cullen butts night. Oh, whoa, Varric, you good? Well, that's delightful.
Something? Or are you just here to admire the dwarf?
Just here to admire the dwarf.
Tell me more about Bianca.
I'm not making any promises here. Ask.
So how long have the two of you been together?
Well, if you want to split hairs, we're not. Usually there's a continent between us at all times.
There's the problem.
Letters. Now and then we manage to meet up. I don't know if that's together.
Well, you should know, Varric.
It's been, what, 15 years? Great. Now I feel old. Thanks.
What makes the Merchants Guild such a danger to her?
Well, to be fair, it's more of a danger to me. Technically, we're not supposed to be within 300 leagues of one another. If it got back to the guild that we were seen together, they'd freeze my assets and then have me killed. Maybe not in that order.
What in the world did you do to cause that?
We almost started a clan war. does it matter? I can't change it now.
I mean, it sounds like a story, that's all.
How do you know Bianca? The lady, I mean, not the crossbow.
I met her years ago when she still lived in Kirkwall, and I was looking for someone with mechanical skills. Bianca is, beyond a doubt, the most brilliant smith you'll ever meet. I haven't seen her since she got married and moved to Orlais.
Bianca is married. Somehow I thought the two of you had a history.
Bianca's family are Kalners, surface dwarves, so conservative they don't take a piss without asking the ancestors first. They picked out a smith caste boy for her. Wealthy, respected, has a great anvil collection. The perfect husband. I heard the wedding was lovely. The one Bianca actually showed up for, anyway.
All right, tell me the truth. Bianca made your crossbow, didn't she? I mean, it has her name.
It's not that simple. The Carta thinks my Bianca was a freak success by a Carta inventor who could never duplicate it. If they thought anyone else was involved, someone who could make one work, things would be bad. So, I really can't tell the story. I don't want any more blood on my hands.
I guess that's it for now.
Sure. I'll be here.
That's all I have to say about that. Man, good thing I did Blackwall's first, or he wouldn't have been in that scene. He wouldn't have gotten to play cards. In the bin! In the bin! Yeah. Okay, let's go do... I don't think either of them are too long, so I think we should be able to do both Cullen and Leliana's, and then we'll call it for the night, because I have been going for a while now. Okay. Oh, I should... Okay, my inventory's actually not doing bad. I think we can manage. No, that's not the button I meant to press. Maybe I should do another save again. Go to... Yeah. Let's do Cullen's first. I don't really remember Cullen's very well. So let's do that first. Very glad you came here. Enjoying this very much. Oh, I'm so glad. Yay. Hey, Cassandra. I don't think anybody actually comes in with us. So, not putting too much thought into it. Oh boy. Alluvians. I used to be able, when I first got this game, my computer was so not prepared for it.
Part of Samson's command.
I don't see him anywhere.
Right, I forgot we're doing Cullen's and not Leliana's.
Make her tell me he hasn't fled.
In which case, yes, it does matter who I take with me. For combat reasons. I don't know why I decided to just run up into this guy's face, but I want to take his spot. Good, Dorian, do it all day. Oh no! Well, there's my lack of barriers coming into play. Dorian should have barriers, though. I shouldn't have to worry about that now that I'm... Yeah, okay, there, he got one. Thanks, Dorian. Thanks for taking care of our boy. All right, okay, yeah, I guess I should recap what we're doing here. So, we've been trying with Cullen to track down all kinds of things, like the source of Samson's lyrium for his Red Templars. Basically, like Samson, who is the leader of the Red Templars, his resources, where he's getting his resources. And through the process, we found out that he was having a like super intense piece of armor forged for him that is super duper magical and would make him super duper strong. So we're trying to figure out how to like destroy it or get ahead of it or whatever. So we found out that he had partnered up with a tranquil mage that he had helped out in the past, back when he was a Templar. Am I remembering it correctly that he tried to help out Maddox, tried to help him escape, and that's maybe why he wasn't a Templar anymore. I don't remember if those two events are related, but anyway, Maddox was like romantically involved with, I think, another mage, and they tried to escape or something like that. The point is, Maddox was unjustly made tranquil, if you can justly make any. Oh, hello, justly make anyone tranquil. But even those who are pro tranquility is he, by their definitions, he would have unjustly been made tranquil. So, is he just using Maddox, or does he actually have some fondness for him? Who knows? But we need to find him to figure out this armor situation. Okay. Very similar to the still ruins in some ways. Oh my. Oh, it's very on fire down there.
He may have fled. I think you're right. Still, we've dealt Samson a blow.
It's fun that you're coming with us, Cullen. Okay, well, don't point a sword. I guess I'm invisible. Like, don't point a sword at me, but I guess you can't see me. Hello. Oops. Oops, oops. I want to be behind you, please. Thank you. No. No. No! Stop turning your shields towards me. Fine. Fine. You leave me no choice. I must use other powers. Ow. Yeah. Keep fighting this way. Keep fighting. No, don't come towards me. Yeah. Okay. You guys keep fighting while I just loot everybody's stuff. No worries. Are y'all dead over here? Y'all are dead over here. Great work, team. I knew I could count on you. Man, double mage, double warrior. I'm really with the dream team here. Whoa. Sometimes we get a little carried away. We just keep firing. So much pure red lyrium. I don't think I've used that for anything. I don't know. It feels weird that you can craft with red lyrium without consequence when it's such a big deal that it's the worst stuff. Let me just loot while I'm invisible. Yes. Oh, there's so many of you. Where'd y'all come from? No. No. Don't come towards me. Yeah. You can't see me. Ooh. I really don't remember.
Hello, Inquisitor.
You know me?
It's Maddox, Samson's Tranquil. Something's wrong. I'll send for the healers.
That would be a waste, Knight Captain Cullen. I drank my entire supply of Blightcap essence. It won't be long now.
No, buddy. Why?
We only wanted to ask you questions, Maddox.
Yes. That is what I could not allow. I destroyed the camp with fire. We all agreed it was best. Our deaths ensured Samson had time to escape.
You threw your lives away for Samson? Why?
Samson saved me even before he needed me. He gave me purpose again. I wanted to help.
We should check the camp. Maddox may have missed something.
Yes.
Something here. Better take a closer look.
Sad though.
Lyrium bottles. Looked clean.
Desperate. Digging. It doesn't sing as loudly, so he needs more.
How much red lyrium is Samson taking? His resistance must be extraordinary.
The effects have diminishing returns, maybe?
Dismal place to die. It can't have been much of a place to live either under Samson's command.
What else do you remember about Samson, the man he used to be?
Does it matter? He used to be kind, only carries so far.
Hmm.
Maddox died to help him escape. Samson does command loyalty.
Is there anything in the camp that could help, or point us to Samson?
It's hard to tell. All I see is smoke and ash. If this is Samson's idea of remaking the world, I prefer yours.
Oh, thanks.
We can't leave Maddox here. He should be properly laid to rest.
I'll have someone take care of it. If even Samson did his best for Maddox, we can do no less.
Thanks, Cullen.
I'll keep looking around.
Letter. Samson left a message for me.
Drink enough
Yeah, I
lyrium
don't know.
and some
Oh, he was too far away to hear.
Chantry used us. You're fighting the wrong battle. Corypheus chose me as his general and his vessel of power. Now that's such nonsense. Does he think I'll understand? What does he know?
He's so offended. Okay. Oh, so many things I can find. Oh, right in the fire. Oh. It's just this thing. I thought there was two. Papers? Tools.
Yes, Inquisitor.
Oh, no, I meant to pick up
I'll
the
keep
tool.
looking around.
I didn't. There we go.
This must have been Maddox's room.
The fire couldn't destroy these entirely, whatever they are.
Those are lyrium forging implements.
Oh.
Of remarkable design. Intact, they'd be worth a fortune.
Tranquil often design their own tools. Dagna should be able to make sense of them.
Hey, Dagna!
Use these to make Samson's armor. She could use them to unmake it. We have him.
Hey. Okay. Is that everything we needed? I think so. Certainly it's everything quest marked. And I think I looted along the way, and so we're good to go. Okay, I'll stop walking into fire. Concerning behavior. Do you think I can fall off this edge? Probably. Let's not test it out. Why would I test it out? Oh dear. Oh dear. Meet Scullum. Wow, I just combined Skyhold and Cullen. Meet Cullen at Skyhold. Discuss Maddox's tools with Dagna. All right. You know what? Yeah, let's pop over to and do Leliana's. And then we'll check in with both Cullen and Leliana when we come back. And then we'll call it there. I was like, I wonder if I should start Jaws of Hakan so I can do side quest stuff off stream. We'll see how long this takes.
It's just as I remember it.
Because I probably want to stop by 11. Okay, oh yeah, backstory here was Leliana was... Okay, let's see if I can remember. Recap. Leliana was sent a posthumous message from the Divine that was, I think, like, to be sent in the event of her death, telling her to get something from this Chantry. I don't remember exactly, but I'm sure we'll kind of remember as we go.
You didn't tell me you'd been here before. The Hero of Ferelden and I came here after the Blight to visit Justinia. She was just Dorothea then, a revered mother. I didn't expect it to be so... deserted. It makes me uneasy. It's a small village and it's too early for the chant. I'm sure the sisters are somewhere.
Speak of the devil? Is that an ironic phrase for this
Sister Natalie,
situation?
what are you doing here? I thought you were in Val Royeaux.
No, I've been here since Justinia died. This place makes me feel like she's still with us.
Inquisitor, this is Natalie, a trusted friend.
Your little head shake says otherwise.
Inquisitor? You brought the Inquisitor here? My lady, forgive me for not recognizing you earlier.
I'd rather not be recognized, yeah. Though I do like you can be like, you'll pay penance for that.
I wish more people would fail to recognize me.
Oh, I see.
Does not know what to do with that.
Listen, there is something hidden here. Something Justinia left for me.
Oh, really? What is it?
I don't know, but we'll find it. I'm curious to see what brought us all here. Justinia's letter came with instructions for me. They were a little cryptic. Always remember that faith sprung from a barren branch. That light has no fear of darkness. Above all, that strength lives in an open heart.
Sure.
She must be hinting at something in here. Let's look around.
You got it.
Do they still sing verses from the benedictions every Friday? That canticle was Justinia's favorite.
Yes, of course. We'd never give up the traditions of a most beloved divine.
That is lovely to hear.
I don't know if it's your performance or if it's meant to sound sarcastic or lying. Okay.
Like 1,000 suns, like a broken mirror.
You guys gonna help me look, or are you just gonna keep chatting? Do. Oh.
My greatest strength. To trust.
What was that?
Looks like we opened something.
How exciting. Oh! Door just gave me a little shove. Maybe. I was in the way.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
It's like, well, hey, Leliana, what's up?
Leliana, stop. What are you doing? I'm protecting us. They never sing the benedictions here on Fridays, Natalie. Something so simple. And you got it so wrong. I wanted to believe, but you were lying from the start.
She was lying.
Keep that pretty mouth shut if you must, dear. You've already told me everything I need to know.
Well, we could be cutting out
With
tongues.
burrs on your hem, talking about the sun rising through the breach. It all points to a single place. Morel in the Dales, Grand Cleric Victoire's bastion. She sent you, didn't she? Victoire was always an opportunist.
Hey, what's up? Tell me more.
Who is this Grand Cleric? I've never heard of her.
An experienced cleric. She never agreed with Justinia, but kept her ideas to herself. I suppose now, with Justinia dead, she thought she could make her move.
I want to know what this Grand Cleric planned here.
She sent Natalie here to see what Justinia was hiding, no?
The Inquisition has turned Thidas away from the true Chantry. It must be stopped.
Stop us? You must be joking.
Mother Victoire is well loved by many. The Inquisition has more enemies than you know.
And Victoire thinks she can ally with them.
Hey, we're a bit all about second chances and recruiting. Come join us.
We don't have to be at odds, Natalie. You could come with us, join the Inquisition.
I was called to serve the Grand Cleric. I will not betray her. Kill me then. I am not afraid to die for my beliefs.
Seems extreme.
At least I still know what I believe.
What's that supposed to mean? You haven't been hanging around with Leliana having her light existential crisis? Only I get to throw shade about that. I think I killed her the first time.
Leliana. She is no threat. The Grand Cleric. She is one woman. We are the Inquisition. The Inquisitor has spoken. Run. Tell your mistress that she has a choice. The Inquisition is coming.
If it's any consolation, Leliana, you look super cool this whole time.
This can't be it. There's nothing here.
It's not what you expected. That doesn't mean it's nothing.
There's a message.
Very
carved in the
wise.
lid. The left hand should lay down her burden. She's releasing me. The divine has a long reach, but it is always her left hand that stretches out. 1,000 lies, 1,000 deaths. Her commands, but my conscience that bore the consequences.
She apologized in the Fade. She said she failed you. This is what she meant.
All this time, Justinia carried the fear that she was using me. Just like I'd been used in the past. But Marjolaine's games were trifles. Justinia gambled with the fate of nations. She needed me. No one else could have done what I did. She knows that.
I don't know, it speaks well of her that she was concerned about that, though, that she knew Leliana's... But I mean, it could... I guess the other interpretation of that is speaking ill of her because she was very aware of Leliana's past and therefore we shouldn't have been putting her through that. But I don't know. I will give the generous interpretation, which is that it speaks well of her, and that she was concerned about just being another Marjolaine.
Then you have to let it go. Let her go. You don't owe her anything anymore.
If it were not for you, I would have killed Natalie and called it a good thing.
Well, you know.
Thank you for showing me what was right when I couldn't see it for myself. There are things that must be said, but not here. I will see you back at Skyhold.
You got it. don't really think there's much more for me to find here. I'll do a little run. I'll do a little run through, see if there's anything I can loot from this church. Okay. All right, let's go talk to Cullen and Leliana. Yeah, I do need to pee again, but I want to try and be done by 11, so so there's no time. Let my bladder motivate me to a swift finish. Okay. You know what? Let's check in with Leliana right away, since we just did hers. And then we'll check in with Cullen. They're both, I mean, I guess in the same corner of the map at least. Hello, everyone. Hello, hello. Wee, hello.
Grand Cleric Victoire has offered the ambassador support for the Inquisition.
Ah, Natalie is as persuasive as ever.
I'm told that Ambassador Montillier is pleased with the restraint you showed in Valence.
There you go.
She's positively beside herself. I will never hear the end of it.
She's so happy that no tongues were cut out or murders.
Haven't I always told you?
Will that be all, my lady?
For now.
What a great Josie impression.
I love making new friends, don't you?
It was a gamble, Inquisitor, but it paid off. If you hadn't been with me at Valence, I would have killed Natalie. I'd have told you that I didn't have a choice. But there is always a choice.
There is.
I am more than this. I am more than what Justinia made me.
What does this mean for my Inquisition? Will you still be my spy master?
Of course. I would not give up my post. Not after everything we've built. I just know now that I shouldn't ignore my heart. Mercy is not always a weakness.
Do you resent Justinia for what she did?
How can I when there is so much between us? When she gave her life for peace? No, I believe her intentions were pure. Most intentions are.
You've exceeded her. She could never have imagined the power you now hold.
And now I will know how to use that power wisely. I have to stay true to who I really am, before a spy master left hand or barred. I almost lost myself.
See, where's my conversation like this with Varric? Where I can be like, hey, you're more than Bianca. Hi, Solus. Ah, that's not the way I meant to go. Got all turned around when I dropped from the ceiling. All right, Cullen. Let's meet up with Dagna and figure out how to destroy this armor.
The Red Lyrium
Just dropping in on you, boy.
We've cut the Red Templars down to the core. It's a pity Maddox thought his sacrifice was the only answer.
Yeah, I'm sad about it.
Samson with a severely curtailed army and enchanted army he can't maintain. You did it.
Yay. We did it, Cullen. Hey, Cullen. Cullen. Hey, look at me. We did it, buddy. Your S key is dying. Oh, no. Listen, I figured it out. I got it. We know what you meant.
We both fought to make this happen. Don't sell yourself short.
Well, thank you, but my work's not
Why
done.
are you so surprised
We're
every
getting
time,
recruits
Cullen?
by the hour. There's more than a few ex-Templars among them. We've struck a blow and given people hope. This is a true victory.
Inquisitor, I finished it. Are you talking? Sorry. Have it anyhow.
Hi, Laura Bailey that I like.
This rune.
It's not just any rune. I made it with Red Lyrium and what's left of poor Maddox's tools. The rune acts on the median fissures of Lyrium to... It'll destroy Samson's armor.
he'll be powerless.
Hey, that's what I like to hear.
We should render our enemies powerless at a stroke more often.
Maddox covered Samson's tracks thoroughly, but wherever Samson's retreated, we'll find him. Your army stands ready, Inquisitor. For Samson, for Corypheus, for whatever you command.
Wow, it so is indeed. Yeah, it was Venomous Goat who pointed it out in one of the first streams that we talked to Dagna, and I was like, how did I not hear that? I now cannot unhear it.
Inquisitor?
Is there anything I should know?
Only that I'm never playing cards again. Still can't find my... It doesn't matter. I don't know how Varric talked me into
Because it's good to unwind and spend time with your friends?
I suppose that's true.
Bless.
That's all for now.
Another time then.
Okay.
Inquisitor?
Okay. Well, maybe I should check in. Will everyone have stuff to say about Wicked Grace? I should have checked in with Leliana about it. I should have talked to her again after I talked to her.
What do the people make of
Nobody
us?
has anything to say to
There's
us.
scarcely a noble house that hasn't openly pledged its support to us.
Okay.
Let's speak later.
Goodbye.
I could probably have gotten more War Table missions, but I can do that off stream. Oh boy, should I do anything else before? I should really sign off. Yeah, I was like, I'm tempted to start Jaws of Hakan, but I think I gotta wait till next time and just try and beeline for story stuff, but not so beelined that I lock myself out of side quests for off stream. It does leave me in a position where there's not a lot I can do off stream. Maybe I will try and do my cheeky little dragon slaying stream sooner rather than later. Those missions make your brain hurt sometimes. Again, it's been so long. So it's got to be 10. No, it can't be 10 years. That came out 10 years ago, but not too long. Certainly, I have not done a playthrough since at least the most recent would be like a year. Oh no, an ad. I was talking over an ad this whole time. Oh well, we're back. At least as long as I lost my train of thought. Come back. At least as long as maybe a year after Trespasser came out would have been the last time that I did a playthrough of Inquisition. So it's been a long time. So there's lots I don't remember. And because Jaws of Hakan, or Jaws of Hakan, see, I don't even remember how to say it. Because it was a later DLC. I mean, not that much later, not Trespasser later, but yeah, it's one that I don't remember too much about. I remember some bigger points, but yeah, I feel like I remember there being a lot to it. And I remember enjoying it. Yeah. Anyway, so I want to at least get a taste of it on stream, but I will try to do most of it off stream. But I don't know, it's cool. It's some more lore. It's like an area of the series, lore that we've heard about, but not really explored yet. So it is, I think, worth doing. You think it is the last one you picked up? Yeah, I think that would make, Trespasser was the last one I picked up because I got them as they came out, but yeah, it's not, it doesn't have a lot of story impact, so it makes sense to be a later one to do / pick up. Well, because even The Descent is not super story based, but it is it does it'll expand on what we learned actually in Varric's personal quest. The Descent does. So it has some interesting lore stuff that makes the Descent very worth it, and some cool like I was going to call it set design, level design. I mean, the just cool art design. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. But yeah, anyway, I really have to pee, so I should jump into my outro. I've just been chugging water. Listen, I've been talking a lot, so what can you do? You got a lot of them on Origin and didn't have all the DLCs when it was, and then it was on sale, so you picked up the whole set on Steam. Yeah, I recently did as well. I'm still playing mine through EA / what used to be Origin. Yeah. But right now, because I would have to figure out how to shift how to make sure I move my mods over to the Steam version. But I did grab it on Steam because it was ridiculously cheap, and I did that with Origins as well. I didn't have all the DLC for Origins, Dragon Age Origins, and then picked it up because it was cheaper to buy the deluxe edition than it was to buy the DLC I had remaining on EA, formerly known as Origin. Love you, good night. Thank you for being awesome. Oh, thank you for being awesome. Thank you for joining. Maybe we'll get I would love a remaster. I'm nervous. I know that BioWare is in such trouble, and maybe I don't know. I want a remaster from people who love the series and won't half-ass it, because there's been some bad remasters out there. I want a remaster that is given the same love and care as the Mass Effect Legendary Edition, because that was so wonderfully done. That made me so happy. And God, Dragon Age Origins could use a remaster. Even Dragon Age 2. But yeah, I don't know. It would just, I would love it so much. I would love it so much. That would be great. That would be so great. Yeah, so that my only concern with I will be excited for a remaster, but if it's announced, I will be waiting to get properly excited until I hear what team is behind it and what is how that's going forward. Because I feel like I had a lot of faith in the Legendary Edition because of the way they talked about it, and it seemed, I don't know, there seemed to be an understanding in the remaster there of what a lot of consideration taken into balancing updating stuff without losing the original charm of the series, and yeah, that made me feel good about it, and then it paid off. It was so great. I will stream the Legendary Edition at some point here, probably before Veilguard, but yeah, with other stuff in between. I'm going to try and not be all BioWare all the time, but also I do love me some BioWare. So as long as Alistair and Zevran look like their origin selves. Yeah, I do quite like Inquisition Alistair as well. So if they I feel like he looks like a aged Origin Alistair. He's maybe not, he could be a little bit more buff, but otherwise, I don't know what happened in Dragon Age 2. But yeah. But I agree. Same with Zevran. Yeah, he melted. He melted a little bit, guys. I don't know what to tell you. He just melted a little bit. Pressures of the first year or so of kinghood. I can't remember what act he appears in. So the first year to 6 years of kinghood. Anyway, okay, we're gonna wrap this up nice and quick here. If you liked what you saw today and you'd like to watch more of my streams, I do upload all of my VODs to YouTube, where I just, the only editing I do is taking out the breaks in the beginning and end screens, shortening the breaks in the beginning and end screens. Otherwise, they're exactly what the streams are, so you can get a good idea of what I'm playing. I have my entire Origins playthrough up, my entire Dragon Age 2 playthrough, Awakening, all the Dragon Age you could want is all on my YouTube. Also scary games if you want to see what I'm like when I'm afraid while playing games. It's a good time, but if your YouTube content, if you're like, I can't be doing 2 to 5 hour VODs for streams. I can't be doing that. I don't have time for that. I like my YouTube content concise and polished and edited. Well, great news. I have another YouTube channel with a group of friends called Polychrome, where we play video games together. We talk about nerdy stuff. We review things. It's a good time. You should check it out. If you like what you see there and you like the people that you see there, they all have Twitch channels as well. Most of them are currently on hiatus right now. There's some, going on holidays, stuff like that, personal stuff, all that fun stuff will be back at some point. So you should give them a follow so that you can tell when they're back. But in the meantime, I will be streaming Monday late morning, early afternoon. I should be back to The Witness on Monday. Though who knows? We'll see how the Phasmo Easter challenge is going. Vantana Next is the other one who she's pregnant, so she's her streaming schedule is dictated by her energy level from the baby. So give her a follow, because she sometimes has been popping up and streaming when she feels like it. Anyway, they're all cool people. You should check them out. I like them a lot. I know I'm biased, but yeah. You should probably do the Easter event. Yeah. It's so they've already the community has already achieved the goals. So like as long as you sign on, you'll get the badge and the trophy. What the they now have a personal goal as well, where if you do it, you can like upgrade the badge, which I have managed to do, and then you can upgrade the trophy as well. My understanding is the trophy will continually upgrade in future events. So what they're doing, instead of having new trophies every year, is they now, I believe, are going to be upgrading the trophies that you already have, or at least the last trophies that we already had. So I think as long as you get the first trophy upgrade, you can keep upgrading. Anyway, I'm not sure exactly how it works, but there's a whole new thing with the community challenges now. Is it at all interesting? Not really. I don't know. It's still lacking a climax the way the other challenges used to. My hope is that they implemented a personal challenge aspect to it as a response to people kind of complaining about that aspect of the last few challenges. My hope is that they will have enough time before the next holiday event to implement a more of an arc, because I like the problem. Right now the personal challenges just do more of the just do it. Just do the challenge a bunch of times. Just grind it out, which isn't very interesting to me. It's very similar to last year's Easter challenge too, where it's just like you go find, using dots, you go find little nests with little antlered bunnies in them. And now when you find them, they can trigger, if the bunny runs away, then nothing happens. If it jumps at you, then you drop what you're holding and lose sanity. And if it turns gold and jumps at you, then it triggers a normal hunt. But that's about it. It's not, But, you can look at the maps. The maps change each day, which maps are affected by it change each day. So that's, I guess, their way of trying to keep it more interesting. But I'm still, as far as the Phasmo events go, I have not been super impressed with this year's collection. They've been, I liked, even if they weren't as interesting, I liked when the challenges had like a goal you were working towards, and that achieving that goal had some kind of climactic thing happen. Anyway, so I miss that. I hope that comes back, especially if they find a way to introduce like personal goals into it. But Yeah, and you can just do it on whatever difficulty you want. Yeah. Shooting snowmen was so fun. Like, that was an interesting one because there wasn't like the Halloween one where you collected stuff and then put it in the cauldron. That had like a fun climax to it where it's like you collected the stuff on each of the maps and then you came to the final map to put it in a cauldron. And then that had like a climactic thing happen with the skull in the sky, and that was cool. And then the snowman didn't have like a single climactic thing, but it did have a like you shoot the snowman and it triggers a hunt at the end, and it's the creepy snowman guy, and that's fun. And plus it had like again it had a like it had kind of the reverse. Instead of having a map where you put everything together as the climax, it had the starting thing was you had to find all the pieces of the gun and put it together. And then shooting the snowman was fun. It was an interesting, cool thing. It wasn't just finding stuff. All of the events this year have just been finding little markers, basically, of that are themed to the event. It's been basically the same event 3 times with just different aesthetics put over top of it, which is a little disappointing because I did quite enjoy the events previously. So anyway, is that everything I have to say? Yeah, the same boring event. Like, it's not that exciting. You're basically just, you might as well do it if you happen to already be playing kind of deal. But I want the trophies. And the lobby looks cool. There's a giant antlered rabbit in the lobby, so that's fun. Yeah, anyway, I guess the last thing to do for my sign out is you can find me anywhere on the internet as Quite Contrary TV. But if you prefer following a link, here is a link tree, which you can use it to get to all of my socials and my YouTube and stuff, my TikTok, where I have little clips from my streams, stuff like that. And yeah, when my schedule gets chaotic, as it will in June and July, you can follow along there, and I'll try to keep you all posted on what I know, when I know it, when I'm going to be able to stream, stuff like that. Right now, for me, I can probably regularly stream on my Mondays and Thursdays, but that will get sketchy and weird after that. So yeah, that's the best place to find all that. Anyway, thanks so much for joining. Another longer one, as my Dragon Age streams tend to be. So appreciate y'all sticking around. Thanks again for the raid. Oh, did I hold on. Yeah, no, I didn't. Okay, hold on. Let me shout out Eternal Shadows for the raid. Yeah. One of the Tailspire family, Eternal Shadows. So yeah, go check them out, and thank you so much for the raid, and thank you for sticking around. Because listen, I don't blame anyone for raiding and running, because sometimes you're tired after a raid. So especially appreciate that. But that'll be all. That's all I gotta say. I'm just gonna talk in circles. So time to say good night. Or I guess good morning, good afternoon, whatever time of day it is for you. But good night for me. And thanks for joining. Bye.